Okay, that should be going. Are we live? We're live on OBS. How are we doing on um weird. On the Twitch website. Can you am I live? Are you guys seeing me? Because on the Twitch website it doesn't show that it's live. Let me um try this again here. Stream manager. This does show that I'm now live. Okay, that's great. Okay, cool. Yeah, minute in. Sounds good. This guy's still not responding. Dang, bummer. Because I want to try and sim when he's around. Shit, but that's okay. Okay, so let's get together here on Skyvector and see what's up. Oh yeah, and aviationweather.gov. Weather.gov. Cool. There's the some convective activity out there. So yeah, we'll plan this route from, let's do Van Nuys to Fullerton. And then we'll do the SID out of Van Nuys. We'll make our way down the LA Basin, down to Fullerton. We'll do the VOR Alpha into Fullerton, and then we'll go from Fullerton to Palomar, and we'll do the ILS into Palomar. That sounds good, man. Let's go ahead and do that. So I will give you guys Navigraph, and there's that. So it's been a while since we've simmed, and I'm stoked to get back in there with you guys. I've downloaded my charts, like my Jeppesen procedures, and my navigation charts. Everything should be fairly dialed. So we should be good to go there. One of the first places that I go to is, well, we could, for a local flight like Van Nuys to Fullerton, we can use Tower en route. So for that, I will actually show you guys where to go for that, because you could go flightplan.com. You could go for the route. You could go for flight, and then they could pull up a suggested route. But ultimately, even the suggested routes are based on the tower en route setup here. So basically, I'm just gonna open up the chart supplement for our area, and I'm gonna open that book up to the tower en route. Tower en route. I keep saying the different things. It doesn't matter. Not for Northern California, but for Southern California, you can go through the book here. There's our SoCal tech routes, all through all these different places. And we're going to be in the Q routes. So what we're going to be doing is we're going from, how do I see here? There we go. We're going to be going from Van Nuys right here to Fullerton. So let's find a FUL on here. Fullerton right here. Looks like when LAX is in east traffic, it's going to be the Burbank Papa 22, which is the 180 Victor 186 to Adam Victor 394 SLI. Now what I'm going to do is file the Adam the Atom departure, the Atom something. We'll look at that. There's a SID out of Van Nuys that's perfect for flying southbound, especially along a route that the tech route would take us. So instead of flying the ODP out of Van Nuys, we can fly the Atom standard instrument departure, end up at Atom, take 394 to Seal Beach, and then ultimately Seal Beach will be the one of the points where it's like we can hop on an airway from Seal Beach to oh, sorry, we're not going to San Diego right now. We're going to Fullerton. So Seal Beach is the initial approach fix and final approach fix for the VOR Alpha into Fullerton. So that's pretty nice. It's pretty orderly, you know. The thing to check is, like, does the ODP also dump us off at Atom, you know? So when I'm filing my flight plan, if I want to let ATC know that I want the tech route, I'll put that in my remarks section, and we'll take a look at that together. Looking at the flight plan, actually, let's go open. Do I have the flight plan somewhere? Maybe downloads. It's probably gonna be way down here. AIM flight plan. I know I have an example of it. TAC chart, aeronautical chart, user's guide, instrument flying handbook. That's always good. I'm looking for the ICAO flight plan, like, form. There's the private pilot, the nav log. Flight plan, maybe I'll search the downloads for flight plan. Nav log. See, I don't want the nav log. Damn, okay. Because the other thing that I could do is actually pull up 1-800-wxbrief.com. Okay, and I have my username and my password right here. Is that what it is? That sounds right. That sounds right to me. But yeah, it's the form. It's the ICAO flight plan form that's in the AIM. I think it's 5-9-3 or something like that. That'd be actually good too. We could pull up the AIM and see where it's at. But let's see here. And then I'll pull it up. They have a, it's weird, like, wxbrief.com, they use the ICAO suffixes and stuff. But the form itself appears to be domestic, at least the last time yeah, see, this is like, it appears this is the domestic appearance, but the suffixes and everything are all, you know, ICAO. When you look at aircraft, or excuse me, surveillance, like, this is all, you know, ICAO stuff. But that's a good, let's see if I can go Hold on a sec here. FAA, the aim. So I want to say that it's in chapter 5. Oh, it's 3, I guess. Maybe it's 539, not 593. Yeah, it is pretty interesting, and I think it's great that they made the switch to domestic, or I'm sorry, that they made the switch from domestic to ICAO. In terms of just getting on board with the rest of the world, I think it's great. 539. I thought it was 593, but weird. Yeah, this is the FAA website. Oh, there's the flight plan right there, dude. So it looks like maybe they took it out of they made it its own appendix. I think you said 7233. Yeah, so there you go. IFR, VFR, the FRA, and so that's nice. So where's the form? We got our suffixes right here, and I'm assuming the form is somewhere around here. There it is. So the SID that we're gonna put in there is going to be right there in the route. We'll put that in the route information. At least that's what I was taught. So if you guys put your SIDs in a different place, that's what I teach as well. But I believe it says to put the SIDs and stars in the route information, not the other information. The other information is another good place to list your alternate airport in addition to the alternate in the alternate spot. You can put it there as well. Domestic plan to our international form 2 around the same time. The new form is a pain in the ass from DD 1801. Yeah, I remember the suffixes being a lot more simple in the domestic, but what's really cool is even though like all these suffixes are like crazy, wxbrief.com, they'll really help you out, and like you can just check boxes and stuff, and you have to like memorize what the suffixes are, so that's kind of nice. And the other thing that's weird is like formatting like of the speed and the altitude and all that. So anyway, yeah, so you can just be, for those of you that are watching this or watching it later, hopefully that student of mine watches this, in the AIM, we cracked open a lot of stuff for the first time. Yeah, I inherited this student. He's doing great, but he definitely needs some exposure to his things that he should have been exposed to a long time ago. This is where we can find the flight plan, VFR or IFR. And you can read all about these suffixes here. So, when you see the suffixes, when we pull it up here on wxbrief.com, then, you'll know where to go for those things. So I was in the Navy stationed in Japan, so I saw only ICAO flight plans, but this is also when I filed my own ICAO flight plans with 172s from the Aero Club. Yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, not enough people, I think, file these flight plans, even if they're VFR. And I know this student was talking to me about that too, and I was the same way. Like, what's the point? Well, dude, I mean, that's gonna be what saves your ass if you crash or something happens. They're made aware of somebody not being where they should be, on time. It's crucial that they know that. So it's file your flight plans and know how to do it. Student has had limited exposure to filing IFR and getting an IFR clearance at a non-towered airport as well. And here in LA, it's really easy to not really be adequately trained to do that because it's towered airports everywhere, and there are a good amount of non-towered airports, of course, but you could absolutely go like your whole time, your whole training, and never see one. So and that would be wrong. That is absolutely wrong. I think he's only been to one time. So it's kind of like, damn, dude. So anyway, so yeah, we'll fill this out, and when on I'll keep this up so we have the suffixes and stuff, but um on Pilot Edge the form looks the same too. It doesn't follow the same thing. So I just, for my student like watching later, making the distinction between like how we actually file a flight plan and what suffixes we use versus, how to file a flight plan on Pilot Edge so that they just know who you are and what you're capable of doing equipment wise. So, little distinction there, but it is 7233, and it looks like it's not in chapter 5 anymore, that it's in its own appendix, which I did not know. So that's great. Looks like actually it's an appendix 5. Yeah, it looks like it's in appendix 5. That's cool that you're in the Navy, by the way. Stationed in Japan. That's super gnarly. What the different blocks are labeled, and this is our domestic flight plan. Yeah. Oh, no. So then I misspoke. I didn't realize. So yeah, the appendix 4 is what we actually use. Appendix 5, the domestic flight plan, is what it used to be. There's an example of stuff. But yeah, we're not we don't use this anymore. We use this guy right here. So let me see actually. SIDS and stars. I want to say that goes in the routing. Equipment. Filing one of these 4 navigation capabilities. Performance-based navigation sufficient for flying Q routes, T routes. No. Uh-huh. RNAV. All different kinds of RNAV stuff. RNP capabilities. Departure airport. Requesting cruising speed. We got that. Formatting for when you're cruising speed. We're using N for knots, followed by 4 digits. Or M for Mach, if we're filing for a Mach number. Flight level or altitude, if we're up at 350, then we'll file F, but if we're up at 8,000 feet, like, we'll look at the altitude for the tech route, I believe, is 5,000 feet, so we'll expect 5, when we file. Delay, destination airport, alternate, remarks. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but the yeah, there it is right there. There's an example of the LB, like this LBSTA4. That's a SID out of whatever airport this is, KBOS. There's a LBST, whatever the name is, 4. So yeah, and then with the libs to transition or whatever. So in the route, you will list SIDs and stars. So that's good. All right, so there you go. I just wanted to confirm that and just like exercise, like, hey, like that is where it goes, right? I don't know why I was like blanking on that. So let's figure this out, man. So yeah, so like I was saying, this will also be where you put in the flight plan. That remark or the route section will be where you put the tech route ID as well. So looks like if LAX is in east traffic from Van Nuys to Fullerton, we'll be putting this in the flight plan. But if LAX is in west traffic, we'll be putting this in to the flight plan. Twine, Kimo, if it's in west traffic. So ultimately, we'll just kind of see what we're given. But pretty much I'm expecting, especially if we file the Atom, I will be expecting this this kind of a route. You know, we'll go to Atom and then 394 Seal Beach. One of the things that I want to, oh, and I guess I can pull that up right here. We'll do, what was it? Pilot Edge. And filing, I forget how to actually, oh, maybe sign in. Oh, shit. No. There we go. I think it's the Pilot Center, and then file a flight plan. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go IFR. We're gonna go 65710. It's gonna be a 172. And the equipment. This is the antiquated equipment suffixes. That is, you know, we are. And to a certain extent, we also still use these, like, if they're asking, like, we'll be slant golf, right? Slant golf, GPS, mode C transponder, non-RVSM. If we were in the Lear, it would be the mode C with the RVSM in there. It would be slant Lima. We got slant golf, but you'll see here, the suffixes are different for, let's see here. Let's go up to equipment. So yeah, remember, slant golf was an all-encompassing GPS, mode C, and non-RVSM. And yet, so GNSS is golf, but they also require additional suffixes here. Let's see here, actually, hold on. Right? C is what we'd use to designate a mode C transponder. Until 7 p.m. Student just got in touch with me. He's got work in an hour, but so we'll probably end up watching this later. So yeah, mode C instead of golf meaning all those things. Mode C is where we're gonna put in for the surveillance equipment, and that's basically it. The ADS-B that we have is gonna be not built in. Fans, we're not. It's nothing to do with anything else. Now, Navcom capabilities. We've got performance-based navigation. Okay, so what kind of no, we do not. Well, we're RNAV 1 actually. It would be D2 would be our IFR certified GPS when it comes to the performance-based navigation specs. But when in terms of area navigation capabilities, we are golf. So we are C for the transponder, golf for the area navigation. We are Oscar for radio navigation. There's our C that we talked about. We don't have a mode S. We don't have a UHF. We're VHF. We're ILS. So what's cool is I want to say that there's a way to package these things. So like, you would do on this flight plan if we were gonna actually go fly this thing for real. Oh shoot. Okay, cool. Let's see if they liked my revisions or not. Going to pull forwards in section 2 at the end in the left seat. Humility and respect goes both ways. Best. Oh, wonderful. That definitely is the better way to say this. Excellent. Yeah, so they did like the newsletter, but just a little this and that, make sure that it's like perfect wording. Um Humility and respect go both ways. The best way to earn respect of the pilot next to you. Yeah, exactly. The best way to earn the respect of the pilot next to you. Nicely done. All right, fuck yeah, dude. Nice. Okay, cool. Striking the balance. Very good. Yeah, so when you're out here and you're doing SG, you could do SG. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Well, because we are going to have LPV. We're going to be Bravo as well because we have the IFR certified GPS. What is that? The TSO like C156 or something, like whatever the IFR certified GPS. It's just the stock 172 we're going to do. I really wanted to emphasize, like, because with him, we're going to be, he's very like G1000 like GPS, but situational awareness and positional awareness are not great because of that. So because anytime you get uncomfortable, you look over to the GPS. Oh, there we go. There, I know where I am now. So no, we're gonna be looking at the VOR and along the route, like what is it telling us? Like what is same side safe? What are the VOR instruments telling us, and where are we with respect to the next fix? And like, have we passed it yet? Are we good? How do we stay ahead of the process? So we do have a GPS. We are going to use it. LPV, it is LPV capable, but we're definitely going to be, in stock 172, really focusing on. I'll probably do the RNAV. I believe Palomar has an RNAV that we can do. We don't have to do the ILS. So, but yeah, and that would just be good for me personally, to just get back in, using um, the little GPS units. I've been spoiled a little bit. In the Lear, we have like a GTN 750. So let's see. Let's see. What do we have? Golf. We've got Lima. So there we go. This is actually interesting. So Sierra covers VOR, VHF, RTF, and then ILS. So let's try and find, what was it? Sierra. I just didn't realize, I haven't seen on here a Sierra that does that. Let's see here. Mode S transponder is Sierra in the surveillance equipment, but is there a Sierra in the... It might be just a shortcut for convenience. There's Sierra again. It might be a shortcut on wxbrief.com just for convenience, since most people have like all three of those things. Yeah, I don't see that. Yeah, no, it's definitely different. I definitely see that. So I wanted to stay away from like, okay, there's Sierra right there, but no, Sierra in the surveillance is mode S. So I think it's a convenience thing because I don't see an S for the navigation stuff. I see them all separate. Oh no, right here. Boom. Standard capability and no capability. So use Sierra if VHF radio, VOR, and ILS equipment for route to be flown are carried and serviceable. Use of the S removes the need to list these 3 capabilities separately. End of story. So that's quite nice. So in there, that's why we say S, which includes all those things. We don't need to go. You notice these are all like grayed out. Fantastic. And that's it for our aircraft. Awesome. Cool. So we'll do that. Sierra, Bravo, and Golf. Right? But meanwhile, apparently for using the antiquated suffixes for Pilot Edge, we're just going to put slant golf, and that tells them enough of what we're capable of. True airspeed, I'm going to say 140, or excuse me. Yeah, 120 is fine. Departing Van Nuys. And arriving where? We are arriving in Fullerton, where we will do the procedure turn and the 5 T's and all that stuff. So hopefully I don't make too big of a mess of that. Cruising altitude. What's our cruising altitude going to be? Let's take a look at the route here. So Van Nuys to Fullerton using the Burbank 19, the Burbank Papa 19 along that route. We're going to be, we remember we're the Q suffix. We're going to be at 5,000. So let's go ahead and file 5,000 in agreement with the tech route. But I'm not going to put the tech route ID in the route of flight, you know, because I really want to be assigned the SID. And sometimes in real life, like if the controller has a choice between assigning you the SID and additional routing versus the tech route itself, they're going to assign you the tech route every single time, especially if it's at a busy place like Van Nuys. So, but they're probably not going to be super duper busy. I'm going to try and file the SID. Hopefully I get it. And if I get the tech route in the IFR clearance, I'll ask for an amendment, because I really want to show this student the SID out of Van Nuys and just like how it agrees with getting you into the en route structure. Cruise 5,000. And again, this is not how we would format it in the actual flight plan, right? There's our ID 65710. Flight rules were IFR. I believe that's I in the flight rules. The flight type is S for, no, excuse me. It's general, G for general, I believe. It's been a long time. Let me see here. I believe G for general. S is for scheduled, if I'm not mistaken. I is for IFR in the flight rules. G is for general aviation. Okay, so it's going to be a general aviation flight, not a scheduled flight. I was thinking of small, but no. G is for general aviation. And number of aircraft type is Cessna 172. And the again, wxbrief.com really helps you out. You can look up what's the designation of like the different types. How do you properly like, because you know, if you don't get the type right, if you put CE 172 or I don't know, you'll go to file this and it'll kick it back and be like, hey, like please use, you know, an aircraft type in accordance with, you know, this formatting or whatever. So they have a mechanism in there to actually help you file. Wake turbulence is going to be L for light. We went over the aircraft equipment. We can check these things off. We'll be departing, like I said, Van Nuys, and we'll do it, you know, whatever today. And then if you know today, what's our time right now is 1822 local. So let's just say 1900, I guess. And let's just say 1900. Yeah, I love it, dude. You're totally right, Spaceflight. Like, it's really cool that they helped you in the transition as well, like into the ICAO. 1900. And you could select whatever time here, right? Pacific, daylight savings. And then cruising speed. Remember, it's not in knots. Like right here, we've got 5,000 feet in alternate airport. We said, oh, well, we'll deal with the alternate in a second. But the speed was 120 knots. That's not how we file it in real life. You know, in real life, or we don't even really file it in real life, right? So, Wing Rens, what's up, dude? Good to see you. We don't, you know, we can file, we can have this filed in real life, but actually, you know, it's by, you know, by calling a briefer, by calling, you know, the on the center controller, or the Tracon controller on the phone, and they can file it for you. But you can absolutely file your own flight plan on here, and you just need to know how to do it. Sounds good, dude. Sounds good. Finally in the sim after a long time of not being in the sim, you know. Feels really good. And we're just doing like general aviation, IFR, nothing crazy, no like citation, nothing like nuts, you know. I have a student that'll watch this later, so I wanted to kind of like outline everything for him. He can take notes. Cruising speed, the formatting on the flight plan that we want to make sure to have is, you know, the correct formatting, right? And you can hover over this and it'll tell you, we read about it in the AIM, like what the proper formatting is, but let's see here, hold on. Yeah, okay, great. We can hover over it, and it's, again, super helpful for what the formatting is. We read about the formatting in the AIM, but ultimately, you know, you can see right here, we're going to be in knots. We're not going to be using Mach. Knots, we're going to be, we said 120 knots, right? So, boom, N10120. It's followed by a 4-digit number, just as it says to do in the AIM. So that's indicating to them that we're doing 120 knots. Level, again, we can hover over this and it can tell us, remind us of the formatting that we read about in the AIM, that if we're using altitudes, we're using A, and if we intend to file cruise altitude in the flight levels above 18,000, then we will use F for flight level, right? But so we saw in the tech route, looking at this said we were at 5,000 feet from Van Nuys to Fullerton on the Burbank Papa 22. Oh, excuse me, no, the Papa Burbank 19. Q route was at 5,000 right there. So we're going to say 5,000 at an altitude of A050 in hundreds of feet. That's 5,000. Surveillance equipment, we said we were mode C. Done. What's all the other stuff, you might ask? Well, if you look here, it'll tell you like mode S. Mode S is basically a super fancy transponder, where my understanding is mode S is the ADSB is actually built in. So that's pretty sick. It's probably got some other stuff too here. Squitter, I don't even know what that is. Enhanced surveillance. So anyway, yeah, mode S. Looks like there's a no ID mode S version. That's kind of interesting. So I don't know. My understanding is S is, you know, ADSB is included, but then that's kind of a weird slant X-rays. No ID, no altitude. Do you have flight benefits returning from the East Coast? Yes, I do. So we are allowed to jump seat, which we're a part of the I think it's crew alert system or crew something, CAS. Our pilots are in the CAS system, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Our pilots are in the CAS system, and as a pilot in the CAS system, yeah, it's pretty good. It works out. I'm getting ready to go back though on Sunday, so all good things must come to an end. Until next time. The CAS system, by being in CAS, we can be listed as a known crew member, so we're able to go through the known crew member entrance, like at hotels, at airports, and that's pretty nice, dude, because that's not security. If you get randomed, then you know you got to show them what's in your bag, and you're not allowed to have like big toothpaste or whatever, you know, the normal shit. If you're not in uniform, if you get randomed and you're in uniform, then you can kind of like have whatever you want. You know, you can bring the big toothpaste, you can bring the big water bottle or whatever. But yeah, and then jump seat. So it's non-revenue you know, flying that back and forth that you can do. So that's pretty dope. So yeah, we'll be mode C in this case. And then the route of flight, right? So that's when we would look at the departure and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to leave that blank for right now because I want to review the SID with you. But I just wanted to show you side by side, like the differences between the ICAO flight plan that we would actually fill this out in real life and boom, click file, versus like Pilot Edge. You know, this is not the shit that, you know, I don't want you to be taking notes doing it. So, now the destination is going to be Fullerton. And the elapsed time, we will figure that out. The alternate. So we're here on the alternate. We'll come back to it. Persons on board 1. We're white marking. Just white's fine. And then your name and your phone number and all that stuff. Okay. As far as the alternate goes, you know, for the student watching and you know, for the other pilots watching and the other viewers that are interested to know, like as we talked about before on this channel many times, is like we cannot, by regulation, we cannot just like select an airport as an alternate because it's like close by or convenient, or it's an airport that we really like or something. We need to make sure that the airport can be so that the airport is eligible to be an alternate. What does that mean? So first of all, we need to have an idea of where we want to go and then see if it's eligible. So going back to SkyVector, I want to go from Van Nuys. Let's like map it out and see where we're at. So we're going to go from Van Nuys to Fullerton. And what does that look like? It looks like, well, opening up the tech route section, the Papa, Burbank Papa 19, 186, Adam 394, Seal Beach. What does that look like? So there's Victor 186 right there. To Victor 186 all the way to Adam. There's Adam. Oh, excuse me, that's Piro. This is Adam. There's Adam right there. And then Victor 394 right there. Says it, Victor 394 right there. To Seal Beach. So it's going to be that airway. And then boom, Seal Beach right there. Sounds good. And then, you know, the question is what approach are we doing into Fullerton? But the question right now is, what's our alternate? Typically speaking, you don't want an alternate that's right next door, because if the weather's not good at your destination, it's probably not going to be good at the airports immediately right next door as well. So the thing about Long Beach, though, even though it is right next door to Fullerton, and it's even more coastal than Fullerton, so if Fullerton's bad, then Long Beach should definitely be bad. The thing is the approach into Fullerton, if the weather's not great in Fullerton, then it could also the weather, like, then it could also be because we're doing a non-precision approach into Fullerton. Really, the only thing Fullerton's got is a VOR approach in there. They do have the oh no, they got the RNAV in there. Let's see here. That must be relatively new. Either that or I haven't been paying attention to that. It's kind of cool. Actually, that's interesting. The missed approach hold is exactly the same as the VOR alpha. But, you know, the student wants to see a procedure turn, so we will examine the VOR alpha into Fullerton. Okay. So, the VOR alpha into Fullerton, how low are we going? We're going down to, well, assuming we have the BWALT fixed minimums, which we will, we'll put that approach into the IFR certified GPS. We will be able to identify BWALT. Where the circling approach takes us down to 664 feet above the ground. So it's pretty good. But like I said, even though that takes us pretty low, there is an ILS nearby, you know what I mean? So now this would be different looking at an airport right next door. If our destination had an ILS and we're assuming that, you know, for that approach that we intend to use, we need a backup plan. We need like an alternate in case that ILS doesn't work out. Then yeah, you're definitely not going to use an alternate right next door also with an ILS that it probably won't work out either. But the philosophy here is like if the VOR alpha gets us down to you know, basically 700 feet above the ground, there's an ILS right, and we can't make it down there. There's an ILS right next door that we probably will be able to make that, you know. So looking at the ILS runway 30 into Long Beach, we see here that it is possible to use this as an alternate with certain stipulations, with certain rules that we have to check into. That's what that A means. Non-standard conditions exist for using this airport as the alternate with the intent to execute the ILS runway 30 as our plan B, right? So then the question becomes, what are those non-standard conditions? How do we answer the question if we can file, legally speaking, if we can file Long Beach as our alternate airport? So what we do is we go to the terminal procedures publication in the front, and or on ForeFlight. I'll show you how to do this on ForeFlight as well, but just using the actual publications and where this information on ForeFlight comes from, we will open up the terminal procedures publication, and what you'll find is the alternate minimums section. Okay, the alternate minimum section here. You're going to open it up and you're going to find a page that looks like this. It's got the A's up at the top, and there you go, your IFR alternate minimums. This is the section listed in alphabetical order by city, showing you what different airports are in that city, and for each airport, like what approaches are in there that are eligible potentially for use as an alternate, you know, means, you know, or as a plan B. So we go to Long Beach, and we go to Long Beach Field, LGB, ILS runway 30. We see here that there's a 1 up top here. And what that shows you is that there's really only one condition. Well, there's one notation that we need to be aware of if we intend to file IFR, or to file an IFR flight plan with Long Beach as our alternate with the intent of using the ILS runway 30 as that alternate option. What does number 1 say? Well, actually, there's a couple of things. First of all, for all of these approaches, none of them are authorized when the tower is closed. That's not to say that if your destination was Long Beach, you couldn't do those approaches. That's not what this is saying. What this is saying is if you intend to file Long Beach as an alternate, then you cannot file these approaches. You can't file Long Beach with the intent of using these approaches as an alternate if the tower is closed. When would it be closed? You would go to the chart supplement, and you would see the hours of operation of the tower for Long Beach, right? You can come here to California. We'll come back to terminal procedures right here, but you go into this section here with Long Beach. There we go. So you find that listing right here in Long Beach, and you can see here the tower information is right here. All right, tower 119.4 for these runways, and during these hours, Zulu, right? So yeah, what you want to do is convert that Zulu time to local time. And, you know, you want to make sure that that tower is going to be open if you intend to file, you know, the Long Beach as an alternate. Tower's got to be open. Okay. So that's that. Going back to tower en route though, probably. Let's see. Definitely important. You want to make sure that you're not just filing, because what's going to end up happening is if you're with a shitty instructor and you're not made aware of these things, you're just filing random airports as alternates, if you're filing an alternate at all, when you really should be, and you're not realizing either the airport's not legal, because the alternate airport doesn't have an approach that is, able to be used. Like, for example, if I was going down to Hemet and I was going to use French Valley as a alternate, that'd be a problem, because here we are going down to Hemet with Murrieta Temecula, French Valley as an alternate, using the RNAV with the intent of using the RNAV. It'd be really tempting to go file IFR down to Hemet and just be like, I don't know, let's just file French Valley as our alternate. Oh, really? Because if the weather really is bad and you need to use the RNAV runway 18, you wouldn't be able to. It says it right there. Alternate not authorized. So without really looking into it, like, you wouldn't realize that you filed IFR to an airport with an alternate that is not able to be used as an alternate in terms of using this approach. It is possible to file an alternate airport without an instrument approach at all. Like, it is possible to file French Valley as an alternate, but you would need to be able, the weather at your ETA at this alternate airport, the weather would need to be sufficient to allow you to make the descent from your MEA down onto the approach and land under basic VFR. That is regulatory. So you can't just file whatever you want and who cares whether it's got an approach or not, because the regs say you can file an airport even if it doesn't have an approach. That's not what the regs say, dude. Right? You need to check the eligibility of an airport and its viability for its approaches, if you can use this airport as an alternate or not, if you can use this airport as an alternate with these approaches or not, right? Because if you can't use the approaches and the weather's going to be super clear, then yeah, fine. You can file that as like a VFR option, right? But don't go to what some shitty instructors will do, is they'll go with the student and say, let's go to Hemet. What's our alternate? I didn't really think about it. Let's, I don't know. French Valley is close by. Do they have an approach? Yeah, they got an approach. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just file French Valley. I'm sure the RNAV's good enough. Weather's good over there anyways. And if we're going to use it as an alternate, we'll just use the RNAV. It's like, no, we will file, if we're going to file French Valley, we're going to file it knowing that we are not, if the weather necessitates the use of the approach, we just did something illegal. Now, if the weather is marginal, if the weather's not good at Hemet and it's marginal if you could descend from the MEA down on the approach and land at French Valley under basic VFR, and you get out there and or I should say during the flight planning process, the weather looked to be VFR at the ETA at, should you end up going to French Valley, nothing is saying that the weather could be like marginal VFR and you're using the approach, like you go to Hemet, weather's too bad, you go missed, and you divert to French Valley where you told the FAA like where your alternate was going to be. You're absolutely, it's not like you're not allowed to use this approach in that situation. Of course you're allowed to use this approach, because you already checked the weather, and the forecasted weather at your ETA was VFR, and here you are diverting out of Hemet and it's marginal VFR. Visibility is not great. Visibility is 2, and haze or whatever. And you but it is VFR. It is VFR, right? You need to be able to descend from your MEA down onto the approach, and land under basic VFR, right? So if the weather says it's marginal VFR, that is, you can, technically speaking, you could, you could have, it's a special VFR situation. But or I should say, well, yeah, because the line is, you want to be able to, anything less than like 2 miles or something, you really want to be like, you know super duper careful. So I'm just saying, like, the line is like 1 mile, right, visibility. So or no, the line is 3 miles visibility, right? If you're not in the ceilings and it's less than 3 miles visibility, then you would be special VFR, and there you go. So actually, that's probably not a good example. You would want your visibility to be minimum 3 miles, because it doesn't say under special VFR you need to be able to descend under actual basic VFR, and that is 3 miles minimum, right? Sorry, totally misspoke. So yeah, I'm thinking marginal is 3 to 5, and less than 3 is actually IFR. So now it is possible to not be in ceilings and have it be less than 3 miles visibility, with like 2 miles, and anything 1 to 3 miles visibility is special VFR. So but you would need actual VFR. So let's say it's 3 miles visibility, it looks like shit outside, and you are diverting from Hemet to French Valley, and it is VFR. You are still able to use this approach to get to where you need to be. But at the time of the flight planning, the forecasted weather, even though the forecasted weather can change, was forecasted at your ETA to be VFR, right? For all intents and purposes. It wasn't a lot, no forecasted ceilings, or if it was, you were able to, it was, above 1,000-foot ceilings, and, or excuse me, because you're going to be at your MEA, right? So if you need to be able to make the descent from your MEA down onto the approach and then land, that would mean that your MEA, you would need to look at what your MEA is, and see, like, descending from your MEA down to under VFR means that you have VFR cloud clearances at your MEA minimum, right? So if your MEA between Hemet and French Valley was 4,000 feet, then, or it's probably 5,000 feet or something, you would need 5,500 foot ceilings or greater in order for you to file this as your alternate, right? Because matter of fact, I wonder what it is. Let's see. From French Valley, or excuse me, from Hemet to French Valley, they might not even have, I think they don't even have it because it's so close. From Hemet, yeah, see, they don't even have F70. From HMT to F70, they don't even have it, because it's like right next door. But basically, you would look then at the airways and stuff, and you would say, okay, like, here's Hemet, here's French Valley. If you were going missed out of here and you're gonna take Victor 186 or something to Temecula, then I don't know, 6,000 feet. You need like good weather, right? Don't neglect these flight planning concerns. Do it the right way, right? If you're gonna put something on your flight plan, make sure that it's eligible, and that if the approach that you intend to use is eligible, and if it's not eligible, 167 and 169, I believe, both say, no, 169. 169 says that the standard alternate weather minimums are 600 foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility if it's a precision approach, unless otherwise specified, right? Non-standard. The standard minimums are 602 for the precision and 802 for the non-precision. So, but if it has an approach. If it doesn't have an approach, you need to be able to make the descent. And matter of fact, let's take a look at that. Because the student also probably hasn't looked at regs. It's Code of Federal Regulations. ECFR. We are in Title 14 of the regs. Under Chapter 1. Let's see here. Sub F, and then Part 91. It's going to be Part 91. I want the should be like a sidebar here. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this will do it. This will do it. Yeah. 91-169 under IFR. IFR flight plan information required. It talks about the alternate airport. We've got the use of IFR alternate airport weather minima under 169C, unless otherwise authorized by the FAA. Basically, no person may include an alternate airport in the IFR flight plan unless appropriate weather reports or weather forecasts or combination of them indicate that at the estimated time of arrival at the alternate airport, ceiling and visibility at the airport will be at or above the following weather minima. The standard weather minimums are 602 for precision approaches. For non-precision approaches, it's 802. But also, if no instrument approach procedure has been prescribed and no special instrument approach procedure has been issued by the FAA, the ceiling and visibility minima are those allowing descent from MEA, approach and landing under basic VFR. There you go, right there, right? And then you go to the basic VFR weather minimums for that airspace. You're in Class Echo. We know that we've got to be 500 feet below them, below the clouds, right? So anyway, that's something, it is possible to file an airport that doesn't have an instrument approach, but you need to be able, it's got to be in good weather, forecasted weather. So, and like I said, is if you end up filing French Valley, knowing that you can't use the RNAV approach, and if the weather gets bad, then then if the forecasted weather says that it's below those minimums, or I'm sorry, below these minimums, then if you end up diverting and the weather is still not great, but you are able to do it under VFR, dude, use the approach. I don't want you thinking like, oh, I'm not allowed to use the approach if I'm diverting. That's not what we're saying here. So, okay, enough of that. Meanwhile, for Long Beach, okay, question is what do we need for Long Beach? So, tower's got to be open, and then also tower's got to be open, and then you got the one right here, right? So this one that's above the the superscripts, this applies to all of them, to all of these approaches. But the one superscript specifically that this talks about, you notice there's no superscript here, so that applies to all of them. But also one for the localizer, category C minimums are 802 1/4, D minimums are 802 1/4. So it doesn't talk about any non-standard minimums for the use of the ILS runway 30, right? It talks about the localizer minimums. So the question becomes, even though there was an A there for non-standard conditions, what are we talking about? We're actually talking about what's non-standard are the minimums for the localizer, not the ILS. It says the localizer right here, right? This is for the ILS or localizer 301. Okay, well, what does one say? Well, what one says is for the localizer, these are the changes to the minimum. These are what the weather's got to be. The forecasted weather needs to be this at your ETA. Doesn't say anything for the ILS. Well, then we default to, if it doesn't say any non-standard minimums, we default to these. We default to the standard minimums, right? The ILS is a precision approach. So we need to make sure that an hour before and an hour, or excuse, not that. We need to make sure that at your ETA, if should you divert from Fullerton to Long Beach, that the weather is at or above 600 feet ceilings and 2 miles visibility, right? Not an hour before, not an hour after. That is a totally separate thing. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we come here and we break out in order to see what the weather's going to be at our ETA. We kind of need to know actually like what our en route time is going to be. It's basically going to be our en route time because our alternate's so close. So mapping that out on Sky Vector, what do we got? We are going to be doing a speed of 120, let's say, and at an altitude of 5,000. It's putting us at about 30 minutes. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is go to the GFA. A space flight. I'm so sorry, man. You said one time as a student pilot, I flew with an instructor out of Palomar to Ramona. VFR for some landings, pattern work. Weather became IFR, so we got stuck at Ramona. Really? Oh, you know what? It probably wasn't a double I, huh? It was a 150, no IFR plane. That's the answer right there. Read ahead. No IFR plane, not an IFR plane. The flight school owner flew to us with an IFR KVUL 172. We traded planes. So the instructor and I flew the ILS back to Palomar. Was fun. We were getting close to minimums though. Damn. So see, what was up though? Like that didn't show up on the weather, on the standard weather briefing. Oh my God, wait. So fucking cute. My girlfriend sent me this cute cat video on Instagram. Yes. So, you know, so yeah, man, you know, the Zach, what's up, dude? Yeah, like that was that who kind of made the error there. Was there like a standard weather briefing error maybe or something? What happened there, you know? Okay, so once we know what the flight time is, yeah, I don't remember the details on that, but maybe 12 years old at the time. Yeah, the instructor thought it was a great. Oh, there you go, man. There you go. One of the flight schools I was at, the same thing happened, except I think it was a super mega bummer because the student was like an IFR student, I believe, and they flew to an airport, got socked in, and they had to like stay the night. And the instructor had the audacity to make the student pay for the room. Student was reimbursed, I understand that, but what the fuck, man? You know? Ah. God, and she was a dick too, dude. Okay, so now that we know based on the route, and we know what the route is because we checked the tech route, you know, the whole path. So we mapped it out and we determined that it's going to be about 30 minutes of flight time. Probably about 30 minutes of flight time for the alternate too because it's right next door. So, and like I said, normally you don't have your alternate next door, but the fact is like we're doing a VOR alpha into the airport and the airport next door has an ILS. And so chances are very good that we will get down if we really need to. Okay. So the question becomes at our ETA, at our destination, at our alternate airport, will the ceilings and visibility be 600-foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility as the alternate minimum section in the terminal procedures specifies the need for it to be, right? So one time I forgot to file an alternate with the destination below 123 mins. Oh, I was like 123, but the 123 mins. Yeah. I was convinced the FAA was gonna be coming after me. Yeah, you forgot to file, so you know, dang, dude, you know, that ultimately, you would divert to I'd like to hope that you're in radar contact and you're, being in communication with somebody. They're able to be like, hey man, like, by the way, like, this weather is not looking good for this airport. It's like below minimums. Like, do you want to divert or do you want to try? And you're like, oh shit, my alternate, like, I didn't, I think we'll divert. Can I get, a diversion to, this airport? And they're going to go, Roger that. Let me know when you're ready for the clearance. And you're going to go, yeah. So you just end up getting a clearance to a different airport. And it's kind of like, you know, but yeah. So, but yeah, that's funny. I'm sure that happens plenty of times, and so they end up just like clearing you to a different airport instead of like you going and like being stressed out about that, and they're like, "Why didn't you file a flight or an alternate?" Or like, "Don't you know that this?" They're more just like, "Hey man, like where do you want to go? Then let's like work you in, and then it's all good." FAA is fucking amazing like that. So, okay, so we know that it's gonna be. We know what the route is. We know the time. We know what we would like the alternate to be. Now that we know how much time it's going to be, let's look and see, based on a 1900 local time departure, what's the Zulu time, and what time are we going to get there, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to put our flight plan in here. It's going to be super simple. KVNY. I'm just going to say Adam, and then SLI KFUL. All right. That's it right there. We need the Zulu time. So we're 7 minutes ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. We're 7 minutes ahead in this time zone of UTC time. So what I want to do is to convert from local time to UTC. You take your local time in the Pacific time zone and you subtract 7 hours during daylight savings time. So like right now we've got that we're at 1700 local time. That's 1900 local time. 1900 minus or excuse me, to go from local time to UTC, you add 7 hours. So we'll 1900 plus 6 takes us, halfway around, takes us to 01 Zulu, and then 7 is 02 Zulu. So right, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 1, 2, right, 7. So yeah, sorry about that. I think I said that the other way around. You said it seems like we all have our student like screw ups. Oh my god, I have more than enough stories to share on that. I once was doing 290 knots at 9,000 feet because I thought we were, oh shit, speed restrictions, dude, or speed limits, because I thought we were on VNAV autopilot and that it was gonna slow down prior to passing 10. I thought for a little bit we were gonna be told to copy a number. Yeah, because like that's when ATC is still super cool, and they're like, hey, we slow to normal speed, or something. They'll probably told you, like, slow to your approach speed, and you're like, fuck, sorry man, yes, slowing to normal speed right now. That's so funny. They're kind of just like, hey man, like, wink wink, you know what I'm saying, like, chill. They're like, oh fuck. They do. They are super cool like that, and that's pretty awesome. So anyway, 30 minutes from now. So if we departed now, 30 minutes. I'm just gonna say at 03 Zulu, and I want to see what the ceiling. It's got to be 600 in two, right? So you can come to the GFA, map it out, go to the correct time, go to the correct Zulu arrival time, And it's not an hour before, an hour after. We're not doing that. We're looking at just the ETA. The 1 hour before, 1 hour after, 2,000 foot ceilings, 3 miles visibility. That's what the weather needs to be at your destination for you to not need to file an alternate at all, right? Assuming that the destination has an instrument approach, by the way. That's the other constraint. There are 2 constraints for that. Number 1, it's got to have an instrument, and it has to have an instrument approach and the 1, 2, 3 rule, right? Everybody remembers 1, 2, 3, but the reality is if you're filing IFR to an airport and it's VFR weather and no instrument approach, you do need to file an alternate. It says it in the regulation, right? It says it right here. It says it right here. Actually, it says it in 169 and 167. 169 tell you right here. Unless otherwise authorized by ATC, each person filing an IFR flight plan must include the following information, right? And the information that you need, as well as an alternate. Unless otherwise authorized by ATC, each person filing a flight plan must include the regular information as well as an alternate all the time. Okay? The reg does not tell you when you need an alternate. It tells you when you don't need, or it doesn't tell you when you don't need one. You always need one. It tells you when you can exclude one. It tells you when you can exclude one. And the exclusion of the alternate the alternate does not apply in A2, right? You don't need an alternate. A2 does not apply if 1, there is an instrument approach procedure at the destination, at the first airport of intended landing, right? And 2, the 1, 2, 3 rule. Okay, so very, very subtle. You could go to a check ride. The examiner can say, hey, like what's gotta happen for you to not need an alternate on your flight plan? And you can say, the 1, 2, 3 rule. Well, let's see, 1 mile or 1 hour before, 1 hour after, this, and then they go, all right, cool. And it's like nobody caught it. The student is locked into acronyms and memory aids and all those things, and you remember 1, 2, 3 rule, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's right. 802 and 602. It's like, so without realizing, like, yeah, dude, like if you're filing IFR to a place and weather's totally clear, unrestricted visibility and no instrument approach, technically speaking, you need an alternate, right? But it'd be really tempting to look and see clear skies at a destination with no instrument approach and be like, we don't need an alternate. Look at this weather, man. 1, 2, 3 rule, right? Dude, this is way better than the 1, 2, 3 rule. We don't need an alternate. You probably haven't read the reg in a while, dude, right? So you wonder how often that happens too. What aircraft was this? Always wondered how VNAV treats going below 10,000 in real planes. I don't know, because if real airplanes are those with auto throttles, I still don't fly a real airplane, even though I'm in the Lear, because in the Lear, like, you definitely need to manage your speed on your own, and it's really easy to be task saturated and fucking fuck up on that and like forget that. So yes. What was this here? So it was a 737. Taco fucking badass, dude. VNAV handles it great when it's active. The instructor was in the bathroom and I had just seat swapped with the other student and didn't realize we were descending in vertical speed mode, but that's still on me. Yeah, it's true. Taco, leadership, accepting responsibility, dude, and owning it and learning from our mistakes. Love it. VNAV wasn't on. Vertical speed will do that. Yeah, thanks. I know this well. Yeah. No, it's a 2-axis autopilot. Yeah, it's a 2-axis autopilot. So they're old planes, man. It's not you have a yaw damper in there, but they're old planes. That's one of the things that little spoiled people kind of complain about, when I'm like, is my job to fly a jet? Then I will be complaining about 0 things then. Shut your mouth. So yeah, anyways, it says it here, and it also says it here. In a different regard, right? Because it's talking about how much 91,167 is like, okay, how much fuel do you need? Um, and how much fuel do you need? Destination, alternate, 45 minutes. You don't need to bring the fuel to the alternate if you are allowed to exclude one. Well, what's the weather guy? What are the two conditions to exclude it so you don't need to bring that fuel? Again, yes, the 1, 2, 3 rule, right? But also standard instrument approach at your destination. So that is crucial. That is crucial. So what we have determined based on this, right? We go to ceilings and visibility at the time at the ETA. We will see that ooh, I don't know, man. It's not so clear. It is not so clear. If we were to legit fly from Van Nuys down to Fullerton right now, according to the forecast, the when we get there in an hour, this would be if we left 10 minutes ago, by the way. So, you know, but I'm assuming it's not going to get better throughout the night. Yeah. It is not getting better. Oh, it actually does. It gets better, it gets worse, it gets better. Ultimately, it doesn't get good at all. It gets fucking cray-cray. But yeah, if we left 10 minutes ago, like when we originally said we were going to, like, you know, do this flight planning and stuff and, like, you know, leave at 1900 local, then we would get there at 04 Zulu. We would get there at, you know, at not 19 but 20 Zulu. Okay. And so not 7 but 8. And right, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Actually, shit, are we daylight savings right now? Have I been, like, fucking up on my time? Let's see here. Pacific or current time. Hold on a sec here. Sorry about that. I'm going to say current time UTC. Because it's 7 p.m. right now. Yeah, 210 Zulu. Yeah, 0210. So 19, yeah, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 1, 2. Yeah, so it is 7. I think I've been fucking up on my counting. Maybe I haven't. So self-conscious. Yeah, so it is 02 Zulu. And so we would get there at 3 Zulu. And then, yeah, 4 Zulu. I don't know why I'm tripping on this, but anyways. So, yeah. It shows the ceilings and visibility. Oh, weird. It was showing fucked up a while back, but now... Huh, okay. Let's go ahead and pull the TAF. And we're going to get a standard weather briefing and everything, so we'll take a look at everything more closely. But I want to make sure that Long Beach TAF, you know, the proposed time of getting there is 04 Zulu, right? So we're looking at LGB from the period of let's see here. Yeah. From 05. Yeah, so the period is like the 29th at 00 Zulu to 2400 Zulu on the 29th as well, right? 24-hour. The Long Beach is a 24-hour TAF compared to LAX, which is a 30-hour TAF. The period is the 29th from 0000 to 2900 at 2400. In general, it's 180 at 7, greater than 6 miles visibility, and then sky clear. But from the 29th at 0000 Zulu to 0500 Zulu, we actually see variable at 3, sky clear, you know. So there you go. Both from the GFA and the TAF, we can say effectively, since we plan to, if we had to go mist out of Fullerton, it's gonna take 30 minutes to get to Fullerton from Van Nuys. We go mist out of Van Nuys. Our ETA at our alternate is basically at the same time at 0400. We check the interval of time between the time that it was, you know, in this case, since it's so early in the period, we check the time from the time of the beginning of the period, which is 0000 right here, top of the hour, to 0500, 0400. It falls in that interval of time. Excuse me. This is the stuff. This is the generally speaking, this is the weather. I think I misspoke as well, because from this date at this time to that date at that time, this is the weather, right? And that is outside of the window of time that we were anticipating getting to our alternate. So at 0400, we can expect 180 at 7, greater than 6 miles visibility, sky clear. It's definitely better than 602. So that is that's great. Hold on one sec. All right. I need to call them up someday and ask where to apply for a flight service station weather briefer jobs. I can't find it anywhere on the internet. Must be hiding somewhere. Yeah, that could be cool, man. You help out a lot of people. That's pretty awesome. So, anyway, yeah. So, long-winded way of saying, of really looking into the alternate airport to say, yes, the alternate that we can file is Long Beach. Right? Very good. You know, that's going to be 30 minutes. And that's basically it. Oh, yeah, and the fuel. So, yeah, we'll take like 4 hours of fuel, let's just say. And we need to make sure that we do have that actual fuel, right? To be compliant with 91-167, we need to make sure that we know how much fuel we're going to burn and that we have the alternate fuel, right? So, Pilot Edge. We're going to file Long Beach right there. Route of flight. We know that it's the... this is what I wanted to say. So, you know, this is the tech route. So, but I want to fly the SID out of Van Nuys. So let's go ahead and look at the Atom. We know that the SID, that the Atom 3 actually agrees with the tech route because the tech route takes us to Atom along Victor 186. And that is exactly what this is, right? This actually, well then why would you have a SID if the tech route says the same thing? Well, the tech route is between airport pairs and not, the SIDs are not. The SIDs are not, you know, unique to airport pairs. SIDs are unique to airports, right? They're just unique graphical depictions of ways of leaving a certain airport. And a lot of the time, it allows for you to, once you get to a certain point, it allows you to transition, you know, into different, you know, along different routes, right? If we were doing the Canoga, I believe it's what it's called. We can see here, well, it's not a really good example because, yeah, I don't see, actually, are there different transitions? Let's see here, Canoga continued. There you go. So the SIDs allow you a lot of the times to make certain transitions depending on your proposed route of flight, right? Like if you wanted to go northbound and you wanted to go to Santa Barbara, you probably want the Fillmore transition, right? Here's Santa Barbara right here. you kind of want a departure that takes you off to the northwest. If you were going to Lancaster, you'd probably, or like let's say you want to go to Bakersfield, you'd probably want to go to the north, like just the straight north, right? So it depends on where you want to go. You say, okay, well, what's transitions right for me? You look at the Canoga, the text here. The Canoga departure, everything drops you off at Ipiho. But if you want if you want Santa Monica or Santa Barbara, you probably want the Fillmore transition, because Van Nuys 255 to Swana and then to the Fillmore Vortac. That's definitely in the direction of Santa Barbara, right? That'll take you out here to Swana. Here's Swana right here. And then Fillmore VOR 12.5, right? We would lock into 12.5, and then that would be the end of the Fillmore transition of the Canoga SID out of Van Nuys. Well, what do you do after Fillmore? Well, it depends on what you want to do. If you're going into Santa Barbara and you realize that the VOR runway 25 begins at Quang, well, that's pretty interesting, because if the VOR 25 begins at Quang, the Canoga SID out of Van Nuys with the Fillmore transition agrees very nicely with starting the approach into Santa Barbara at Quang, because you can jump on Fillmore on Victor 186 and actually go from Fillmore on the airway to Quang. See? So you could actually file the Canoga to Quang. And actually, I wonder how that's, let's see here. Yeah, so then you would just file this. You would file this in the routing of the flight plan. If you were going northbound to, like, let's say Oakland, you know, that's one of my favorite flights, like, is flying into Oakland from down here, from Hawthorne or whatever, Van Nuys in this case, then you might want to consider filing either the Avenal or the Gorman transition. Why? Well, if you look at Oakland, you know, we know that the transition, that's describing where it's going to dump you off at, right? It's going to dump you off at the Gorman VOR, or it's going to dump you off at, after Ipiho, it's going to dump you off at the Gorman VOR or the Avenal VOR. Why would that be useful for Oakland? Well, Oakland, there's an arrival into Oakland. The Pinoche. Oh, did they get rid of the Pinoche? Oh no, there it is. I was looking at departures. Here's an arrival into Oakland that begins at Gorman or Avenal, right? So if you're coming from Avenal, then you would, do exactly what it's telling you to do. You know, you would fly, if here's Avenal, and you would fly on the 313 at 8,000 feet minimum. You're probably going to be in like 230 or something, 220 or something. And, you're descending on the arrival. You're cleared for the arrival, let's say. And you're just adhering to these, you're adhering to these altitude and speed restrictions. You're going from Avenal to Pinoche, and then Pinoche, they named this arrival Pinoche because these transitions converge on Pinoche VOR, and then from there it's Karen and Board, Bushy, and then Sunol. And then, depending on what you're trying to do, like everything leads to Sunol, and then you expect radar vectors for the final approach course, right? So, you would file, it would look like this. If we were doing, let's say we were in like something that was capable of doing this, right? Like, let's say we were doing the, like in the Pilatus or something, okay? We go from Van Nuys to Oakland. Right? We're not surprised that for a Beech 350, like a King Air 350, or a Citation, what is that? A Citation XL, or a PC-12. We're not surprised that we are doing the Canoga 3 SID with the Gorman transition. Now, these guys actually elected for a different arrival. They didn't do the Pinoche. They did the Emzo, which is fine. It looks like they're actually doing the Emzo. They're preferring the Emzo. So that's fine. You know, you would, but this one right here, look at the King Air 350, greater than 10 times yesterday. Absolutely did file Canoga 3 dot Gorman transition, and then the Gorman transition onto the Pinoche arrival. This is what literally is going in the route. And then that's also what's going in your GPS unit, right? That's how you file, that's how you tell ATC what departure you want, what SID you want to do, what the transition is, and then what arrival they can expect you to, you know, request. And how you you can tell them how you intend to get onto the approach. Now the EMSO, if you look here, like it seems like the EMSO is actually favored. So then you would do research on the EMSO and you would amend you would file that maybe. So anyway, that is how we select. That is how we select a that's how an arrival is used with a transition. That's all. I should say that's a SID. That's how a SID is used with a transition. We were going back to Van Nuys. I was just using it as an example to say, like, okay, if out of Van Nuys, right, you look at the Canoga and you're like, okay, well, which transition do I want to do? Well, the Avenal or the Gorman transition works because there's the start of the arrival into Oakland is from the Gorman VOR or the Avenal VOR. So they agree really well with each other, okay? So, but when we look at the Atom, there's no transitions in the Atom. The Atom just takes you to Atom. So not all SIDs have transitions, right? There you go. Okay. Whenever you're looking at a SID, you want to make sure that you've read all of the restrictions and stuff and that you're familiar with the procedure. You don't want to just be out in the airplane being like, let's just do this. It's really easy. They're going to hold our hand through it. I've done this a million times. Students like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, we didn't read about this. What are we doing? We need to have this plan. So you want to go over it and brief it. Top to bottom, left to right. Atom 3 departure. We're going to file that. Atom 3. You can actually put that in right now. Atom 3 dot Atom. Right, we just put that right in there into this flight plan right here, Atom, and then we're gonna say Victor 186, Atom. Well, that is Atom actually. So we're gonna go to Atom on Victor 186. That's already known. We don't need to do Victor 186. From Atom, we're gonna go Victor 363. I think is what it is. Is that what this says? 363. Oh, excuse me, no, 394. Victor 394 to Seal Beach. There it is. Okay, so we're going to file that. That's our departure. No transition. It's just taking us to Atom. Victor 394 Seal Beach. So we're expecting that in our clearance. Remarks, that's fine. Custom weather. Looking again at the SID to kind of brief ourselves on it. Sorry. Okay. So how do we look at this thing? Couple things to notice. First of all, the frequencies are up here. We can expect, if we don't get a frequency in our IFR clearance, that's because they cleared us for the Atom 3 to climb via the SID and all that stuff. They're expecting you to have it out in front of you and to know that you're going to contact 124.6. So that's one of the other things is like, what's our frequency? And they're going to tell you, well, it's on the approach, it's on the departure procedure. The other thing to note is this top altitude assigned by ATC. This is not always assigned by ATC. Sometimes they'll give you an altitude that If they don't give you an altitude, they might clear you for the Atom 3 departure and not give you an altitude either. Not give you a frequency and not give you an altitude. Climb via the SID, right? Climb via the SID. SID tells you what to top out at. They're gonna assign it by ATC, but in other departure procedures, like look at this Canoga, they're assigned by ATC. Okay, let's look at one. Maybe the SpaceX. Damn, no good examples. Yeah, there's an example. So for the Padres 2 departure out of Palomar, the top altitude is not assigned by ATC. It's 15,000. So if you filed for the Padres 2 departure, they didn't give you a frequency and they didn't give you an altitude, and you go, aren't you guys missing something? And they're gonna say, nope. Just refer to the departure procedure for the frequency and the altitude. You go, oh shit. So climb via the SID on 119.6 up to 15,000. You're out of here. Runway heading to Guywin, and then Padres, Hoffman, Chicken, Riddle, whatever, and then you're just going all the way up. But the reality is, by the time you get out there to Gwin or Padres, they're definitely they're most likely gonna clear you to above 5,000 feet. But at least what to kind of put in your altitude alerter or whatever. It's known what you're climbing up to until further notice, right? And if you're up at 5,000 feet and you're on with SoCal Approach, and they haven't said anything, you level off at 5,000. You know what I mean? You're gonna blow through 5,000, and they're gonna be like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" Because this happened to me, and I'm gonna be like, "Well, I, filed, whatever this altitude, and yeah." Let's see here. For the Padres 2, why is 16,000 the MEA when the top altitude's 15,000? I see here what you're saying. 10,000 and then 16, it's like 16 the whole way, right? That is a good question. I don't know. That's a great question, right? 10, 12, 12. Because it's not the MEA on all these legs, So my guess is if your top altitude is 15,000, it's going to be 15,000 until Padres. See, so because by the time you fly out to Guywin and you get to Padres, like, dude, if you're in a jet, like it's possible by the time you get to Padres that you're up at 15,000 feet, even though you're not on a segment, or maybe you're I guess, what am I trying to explain? How am I trying to explain this? My guess is that 15,000 top altitude allows for you to get in contact with ATC, hang out at 15,000. If you're at 15,000 feet, you're gonna hang out there, no higher, because you have arrivals, right, between Guywin and Padres and Hoffman before you get to Hoffman, because there's a higher minimum at a Hoffman to meet, I don't know, I guess, restrictions from traffic coming in on an approach, I'm imagining. It gives ATC, look, you got 30 miles, dude. You have 30 miles with a minimum of 10,000 feet. You're up there at 5,000, 10,000 foot MEA, with 30 miles between Padres and Hoffman for ATC to clear you for a higher altitude. I'm assuming that 15 is just the top for these segments in here, because you've got people coming in on the arrival. Maybe I'm guessing in this in this area. So 15 is a top that allows you to be below those arrivals, while at the same time, you should be able to be cleared greater than 15,000 before, Hoffman, which, So what I'm imagining is if you were up at 15,000 and not able to get higher because of traffic, ATC would see that, and part of your IFR clearance would actually be to go to amend your route from Padres instead of Hoffman, go to IK. And if you're amended to go to IK, you're at 81 miles at a minimum of 10,000 feet. You're up there at 15,000 for who knows. It's a nice option for ATC. They're not really up against it to get you higher before Hoffman because there's a minimum there of 16. That's what I'm guessing how that mechanism would work. You might be cleared on the Shafter transition that would take you to Hoffman and Chicken and Riddle and all that stuff, or the Roses transition where those higher minimums exist. And by the time you get to Padre, after Guywin, and they're like, dude, we have way too many dudes like out there coming in. There's no way we can get this guy higher. There's just not a break in the line of people coming in. Let's take him to IK, which is nice and out of the way. He can stay at 15,000 until there's a hole. Keep him above the minimum, and then we're not conflicting at Chicken and Riddle. And then what they would do is have you go direct IK, and you're at 15,000. The hole opens up. They clear you to whatever your cruise altitude is, or whatever higher altitude, higher than 16, obviously. And then they clear you direct Shafter, or they clear you direct Roses, right? That's kind of nice. Plus, that would make sense too because it's an RNAV departure. So you should be able to clear somebody direct to a fix, because if they're filed, their equipment is RNAV, they should be able to go direct to that fix. That is my guess on how that would work, but that's a great question. All right. Okay. Oh, we. Okay. So, yes, looking at the departure, Adam. Top altitude assigned by ATC. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. That's just my best guess. I think it's a fucking great question. I didn't really know. I didn't put that together. And that's why. See, we all help each other learn, dude. What else do we want to know? So we want to look at that departure frequency. We want to look at that top altitude to get an idea of when we are cleared via or climb via the SID. What are we climbing up to unless we are assigned? In this case, it is assigned by ATC. We should be actually expecting an altitude in our clearance. We want to look at these minimums. We want to make sure that we can meet or preferably exceed the departure, the required climb performance for this departure. So we'll be departing runway 16, I don't know, probably 16 left, where the standard minimum climb grading of 380 feet per nautical mile to 2,600 feet. And so what we would do is we would say, okay, 380 feet per nautical mile at 74 knots, right? We're going to go up to 2,600 feet. Actually, I wouldn't even do it at 74 knots. I would say since it's up to 2,600 feet, we need to be able to climb, let's just say 85 knots, because, we do our above 1,500 feet. We actually do a cruise climb. So that's not 74 knots, that's 85 knots. So let's just call it 85 knots the whole time, because if we can meet it at 85 knots, we can also meet it at 74. So 85 knots divided by 60 is 1.42 nautical miles per minute. 85 knots is 85 nautical miles per minute, or 85 nautical miles per hour. So divided by 60 is 1.42 nautical miles per minute. And 1.42 nautical miles per minute, 1.42 times 380 feet per nautical mile tells us that we need a minimum climb rate performance of 540 feet per minute. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the POH. And I need the 170. Again, this is, sorry, you guys, this is for my student who's going to be watching this later. We need the 172 POH. Where yet? There you go. Let's see, where is it at? PC 12. Where is it? Where is it at? 172 POH. Yeah. All right. E. 172 POH. We go to, now that we know that we need a minimum of 540 feet per minute to do this, to meet the minimum obstacle clearance requirements of the departure procedure, we need to make sure that we can preferably exceed that minimum. And it's also an important point for like personal minimums. Like if you're gonna go to a check ride and you know, talk about your personal minimums to a DPE, everybody's got, you know, like I don't, you know, I'm gonna go have a certain number of hours in the airplane before I fly alone, or I have like, you know, ceilings need to be, you know, circling minimums for me to depart the airport IFR. Well, you could also have a personal minimum for what the performance requirements related to the performance requirements, like of a ODP or a SID, of an obstacle departure procedure or a standard instrument departure. What you can do is you can say, like, if my personal minimum is if the performance of my airplane does not is less than, you know, like in other words, if I need a certain climb performance and my airplane isn't, you know, if that required climb performance is like 80% of what I can do, like in other words, if what I can do is only 20% greater than what's required, or less, I'm not going to go, right? I'm not going to go unless what I'm able to do is greater than 20% or 50% or whatever, or double or whatever it is, right? This is kind of a difficult one to double because, right, 500 and, you know, what did I say, 40 feet per minute is what's required, right? So you can just say, yeah, spaceflight's got it, right? Personal limits versus legal limits. This is proficiency versus like currency type of situation, like not exactly, but this idea that there's what's safe and right for you, and in accordance with you being humble and with being cognizant and aware of your abilities, versus what's like legal, right? It's legally required that you are able to do 540 feet per minute, but you know, if your airplane was only able to do 550 feet per minute or 580 feet per minute, it's like legally that number is higher than 540, but it's like, fuck, dude, like this is a brand new, this is based on a brand new, the performance requirements, or I'm sorry, the performance abilities that are in this POH that says 580, you need 540. And the POH that says you're able to do 580 is a brand new airplane, test pilot, like factory brand new engine, perfectly flown, right? And our airplanes are not that. So you need a buffer of safety. And so let's just see what we're able to do. You know what I mean? You need to be able to justify this. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. Like, you know what I mean? So let's see if we're able to justify this stuff. This is part of when you're in a check ride, you know, of justifying your, can we depart IFR safely today, right? Like that's what the examiner will ask you. So you're going to come here to section 5 of the POH is performance. Every POH is set out in the same way. They're all formatted the same. These are all the same sections of a POH of an airplane, of a standard category, you know, of a airplane, right? So the POHs are all, you know, should be all the same. And we want to go to the performance, section 5. So let's do that. Section 5. And this, by the way, goes for, you know, like we said, this was coming from, again, what are we talking about? We're coming from this, for runway 16 left, minimum climb of 380 feet per nautical mile. Same exact thing if you're doing the ODP, and the ODP says whatever feet per nautical mile climb gradient requirement, you need to still go. It's not like SIDS are the only thing that you need to go calculating and like making sure that and checking your POH for your aircraft's performance. You also need to do that for SIDS as well as ODPs, right? That's just a part of you understanding what's required, and then what your capabilities are and how far apart are those, right? How much more capable is your airplane than than the minimum required? Having that personal minimum and having that awareness, accounting for temperature and weight and all that stuff, you know, that's part of what enters the discussion of like, you know, can we leave this airport IFR, right? Oh, the weather's great. It's like, dude, you know, the alternate enters that discussion, and all of this stuff we talked about with selecting the alternate and the fuel, you know, required, and all that stuff. And so too does departing at all. You know, do you have the performance requirements? It's really easy, by the way, to assume that you have the climb performance, because you know you always have, right? So I know 172s. You know, I fly a 172 SP, you know, down in Van Nuys. I think it's like an 800-foot elevation, right? It's essentially 1,000 feet. It's basically down at sea level, you know. I mean, it's essentially 1,000 feet is what we'll look at, but you know, for all intents and purposes, might as well be sea level. And a 172 can do that no problem, let's say, right? And so what happens when you go visit your buddy in, you know, Wyoming and Jackson Hole or something, and or even in Big Bear, like right across, like an hour away from here, you could go to an airport, Big Bear Airport. It's like 6,700-foot field elevation, and you get in the habit of never checking the performance charts because 300, you've always been able to meet 380 feet per nautical mile, dude. The 172 SP can do that no problem, right? It's 800 feet a minute or something. It's like, no, dude. What you've done is you've made a habit of assuming that the airplane can do it because you've always, I know, I love flying a Big Bear too. You've made this habit that, you know, you've always been able to do it. And so, you made a habit out of not checking, you know, and that'll be the, you know, the last time if you get lucky, you'll be able to learn your lesson and never do that again. You know, a great example of this is on the Angle of Attack YouTube. Like, I'm sure you guys, we've all seen the Angle of Attack and Chris barely making it across the treetops in the Bonanza, right? So, you know, fuck, dude, being sea level and super cold and dense air, dude, your performance is badass. Are you kidding me? With like a 300 horsepower engine, or I don't know if it was like a straight Bonanza. It might have been one of those 250 horsepower engines. I'm not sure, but you know, and he's just, dude, it's a very unsettling, sobering video, and you know that you can get yourself killed by not being disciplined in this way. You know, now how often are you flying out of Big Bear? Well, it only takes one time, frankly. So that's kind of a dumb question, but probably not that often, right? So which is actually the problem, not the solution, right? Well, just don't go to Big Bear. It's like, no, dude, do what you need to do. Anyways, there's our POH. Section 5 here. We're looking at takeoff performance. We're actually looking at the climb. We need the climb performance, okay? And I don't know exactly. I believe is it here? Calibration? No, it's probably here after the takeoff, huh? Yeah. Maximum rate of climb at 225.50 pounds. So this is at max gross weight. And what we can conclude is if we are doing, presumably, if we can meet the requirement at max gross weight, we can also meet it if we're lighter as well. So, that's the idea behind that. But this is, you want to, anytime you check your performance charts, again, it's for the student. I know I've talked about this before, but you want to check and make sure it's the right airplane. You're in the right section. You want to check the top, the title, and make sure you're looking at the right thing. You're reading what's going on, that this is a constraint for full weight, and this is why max weight it works, because as we're lighter, we have better performance anyways. And also read the conditions. Don't just jump down to the numbers and go, okay, 625. Okay, cool. So conditions, full flaps and full throttle. Okay. At sea level, so 1,000 feet is basically where's a good FBO. Anywhere in SoCal. I mean, shit. Signature, you'll find all over the place. Basically, there's like a shit ton of signatures in Atlantics. I like me some signature for sure. But that's flying all over, all over the country and stuff. Oh, a good flight school. Yeah, I mean, basically, there are different, I don't really get to say what a good flight school is because it's like biased and stuff. But there are a lot of good flight schools in SoCal. There are a lot of bad flight schools in SoCal. And so you just want to, what you want to do is do the research on what the, definitely on what the prices are, and compare notes, because prices are climbing. Sometimes they fall, and they can fluctuate. They're kind of going up, but it's still not terrible. So you want to do research on fleet and prices, but also you could call in and talk to an instructor and talk to them about their maintenance, because a good flight school will have transparent, good documented maintenance, and that's really crucial as well. Finally, a good flight school will be one where your instructor, a good flight school also has like standard operating procedures of some kind, where it's like, we this is how we conduct ourselves. Like, this is what our students do. We keep record of your endorsements. We need your medical and stuff. We have like good and secure, a good and secure scheduling system. We have a good efficient billing system that's transparent. Like, ideally one where they can like email a receipt and you can like know what you're being charged for. It's a flight school that will reimburse you for fuel a lot of the time. But as an instructor, like, what you want to do is make sure that you're with somebody that is experienced, and if they're not super experienced, then at least like a little bit of experience. And if they don't have a lot of experience, like you might be somebody's first student, they need to be humble. They need to be disciplined. They need to be using a syllabus. Ideally, the school uses a syllabus. But if they don't, then the instructor, it's something to think about. But like, I teach at a school that they don't have a syllabus right now. They're getting one, but I use my own syllabus, and that's okay. This is a good school. I would definitely recommend, this school to people if they're within driving distance. But the instructor at a minimum needs a syllabus, because if they've been teaching for years and they haven't, and they're new and they're like, well, my instructor didn't have a syllabus, I'm fine, you know what I mean? But the reality is, like, they need a syllabus. There needs to be guide. They're human, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to fuck up. They're going to like forget things. They need guidance. All instructors need guidance on like not only what the progression needs to be, like what the chronology needs to be, but you need a place for you and the student to look at something specifically and explicitly, like know what is expected of you, like what is the plan, like what is the objective, what is the point of each, and you need a series of these lessons and you need it all organized, right? Something for you guys to take notes on, as the student progresses. So if the school doesn't have a syllabus, not necessarily a red flag, but if the instructor doesn't use one, doesn't believe in it, that's bullshit. We know what we need to do. I've been doing this forever. It's like red flag. Be with somebody who's humble and who understands that everybody needs guidance, and and it's not even because they'll fuck up. Like maybe they are perfect. Maybe they have done it for a million years. They need, you need a syllabus. Like you deserve guidance. You need a roadmap. Like these syllabi are like there to provide a roadmap, to what's going to go on and stuff. So, and like the standardization is really important of a syllabus, and like writing out specifically like what the completion standards are for a certain lesson. Like that's so crucial, So anyway, it's enough of that. But that's a great question. Okay, so we need 540 feet per minute minimum, because it was 380 feet per nautical mile minimum for the Atom departure out of Van Nuys. So the question is can we meet and hopefully exceed that? Well, it depends on the weather. So let's go look at what the weather is. Looks like at 0151, excuse me. Yeah, at 0151 Zulu, the last METAR was showing temperature 30. God damn, dude. So looking at this here, between 20 and 40, so it's going to be between these two numbers, and it's going to be between these two rows. It's going to be between these two columns and between these two rows. So if it was sea level, between sea level and 2000, it's going to be like, and normally I would calculate the average if it is in between, right? 30 is in between 20 and 40, and 1,000 feet is between sea level and 2000. So it really is in the middle. So I don't know, you would calculate the average, but I'm just going to eyeball it right now and like go do the average, right? So this is 680. This is like 680 or something, and 580. So I would say it's like 600, or I'm sorry, 600 feet per minute, right? Let's just say 600 feet per minute. Let's actually take that. Let's do the average. Okay, so 710 plus 645 divided by 2 is 677. Let's call it 678. And then 625 plus 560 divided by 2, 678. So 592 plus 678 divided by 2 is 635. So we'll call it 630 feet per minute, best case scenario. So the question is how much more, how close is the requirement to our capability? What did I say? 640. So we need 540 divided by 640. Yeah, dude, it's there's that 80%, right? There's a 20% gap between what we're able to do and what we have to do. And maybe that's enough, Reality is like we're able to do it. So we've justified that. We have explained like that we are able to meet and actually exceed the climb performance requirements of the Atom 3 departure right here, runway 16 left, standard weather with a minimum climb of 380 feet per nautical mile to 2,600 feet. But can we hold Can we hold that up to 2,600 feet is the question. I didn't realize that. So the question is, but see, it's not going to be awesome. Sounds good, dude. Very late in training, maybe having a clear syllabus and path to the end is good too. Oh, dude, it's an absolute must. It is an absolute must. And this student, I'm inheriting this student from, he's had 8 months of IFR training apparently, but never seen a syllabus one time. So it's just like, I'm breaking the syllabus out and the reading material, and he's just like so stoked on it, So yeah, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. So that's where these are in between here. We are 555. Right, sea level up to 3,000 feet, let's say. Let's go 710. Actually, let's get the average here between 625 and 555. So 590. 590 plus, wait, what? Hold on. Hold up. Wait. Yeah, 590. Nice. 590. And then 560, or excuse me, 645 plus oh no, I'm sorry, 590. Yeah, it's 5. I want to find the climb rate at 40 Celsius between 2 and 4,000, because that'll be the 3,000, right? So Kitty, I feel like there's like a kitty out there. I keep seeing the light go off, and I'm like, damn. So yeah, I need actually 560 plus 495. 1,055 divided by 2 is 527. Cool, man. 527. So it's basically like 527 right here. Yeah, so basically you would just find the number here at 3,000. So this is, what does I say? That was 590, and this was 540. 590 and 540. And difference there, 590 plus 540 divided by 2, 565. I mean, at 3,000 feet, I mean, you're barely able to hold that, above the, and that's all the way up to 3,000 feet, right? So it seems like we're good. If we need 540, we're able to do 560 all the way up to 6,000, up to 3,000 feet, and we need to really just hold that until 2,600 feet, right? It's also not 40 Celsius outside. We are not at max gross weight. Like, we can put the other pieces together. It's not as warm. We aren't max gross weight, and it's not as high. It's 2,600, not 3,000. We're probably fine. So, you would just put all that together. But we have looked at we did our due diligence there. All right, sounds good. So we got that. So the frequency, the top altitude, climb performance requirement, any altitude and speed restrictions are also important to note on the departure procedure. Van Nuys has a really interesting altitude restriction on the departure, in that there is an altitude top. There's a cutoff. A lot of the time you see, an at or above altitude, right? You must be at or above this altitude by this point. This right here, you must be at or below 1,750 until the 1.5 DME from Van Nuys. That's really interesting. How come you are not allowed to be above 1,750 until you are past 1.5 DME from the Van Nuys VOR? Why is that? Reason why you can't be above 1,750 until you pass the 1.5 DME from the Van Nuys VOR is because the localizer, the ILS, right, has traffic going above you into Burbank right there. So the departure procedure, that restriction is to meet traffic clearance in the approach area as you're departing and they're coming in on the ILS. That's really, really important, that you kind of catch that. And above or beyond the 1.5 DME, this is kind of the stuff that you'd want to put in a GPS and then take note of and make sure that it reflects that at or below on the procedure loaded. After 1.5 DME, you're able to climb above 1750, continuing runway heading though to 2.2 DME, at which time you're able to start your turn to a 113 heading and then to Elmu. So let's see what the text says. I don't just look at the picture, like I also look and see what they're specifically telling you to do. And then you can look at the picture and put it together. We're taking off 16 left and right. We're climbing runway heading on a 163 until the 2.2 DME, then a climbing left turn to 113 heading. Radar vectors to the 095 radial from the Van Nuys VOR. That's Victor 186, right? To Adam. And we're just going to track that 095 radial. So when we're departing Van Nuys, we know what to set in our VOR1. Right, we know to set 095 in the VOR1 because we know that we're going to get radar vector to go we're going to be given a heading to intercept the we're going to be given a heading to intercept Victor 186. We know that. So why wait until we are upon the airway? Why wait until we're like on the doorstep of the airway before we put that in the VOR, right? We what we don't want to do is wait for that. So we're going to put that 095 in there. Let's see. Okay. So we want to review the when we're reviewing the departure procedure, we want to review the frequency, we want to review the frequency, the top altitude, and we want to note that if it is an actual quantity or if it's actually assigned by ATC. And then we want to make sure that we can meet and ideally exceed the takeoff performance requirements justified by actually looking at section 5 of the POH and looking at that performance requirement. And then, really studying the plan view of this departure procedure and to make sure that we understand the altitude and if there are any speed restrictions, okay, like on this departure. We want to read the text of, and then of course we want to actually consult the notes. We want to make sure that we can comply with these notes and that we're not accidentally looking at a departure that requires us to be like turbojet, for example, or that we're doing a departure that requires us to have a certain type of GPS on board that we don't have, right? If we don't have an IFR certified GPS, we can't do an RNAV specific departure procedure because it's going to require an RNAV. It's going to require RNAV1. It's going to require that your IFR certified GPS is capable of a certain standard of accuracy to 1 mile either side of the airway, that it can identify your position. RNAV1 is what you'll see on a lot of RNAV departures, and what that means is that the GPS unit is capable of identifying your position, certain level of accuracy, minimum, the types of errors and all that stuff is defined for no less than 95% of the time, accurate to 1 mile either side of the airway. That's what RNAV1 means. That's what RNP of 1 means, right? Required navigational performance. You'll see an RNP of 2 in the en route structure, right? That, or an RNAV or an RNP of 0.3 in the terminal area on the approach phase, right? So that's what RNAV1 means. And an example of an RNAV departure is, let's say, the haze, right? If you look at the haze, you see here it's pretty similar, right? There's Van Nuys. You go depart to the north. Look at that, dude. 3-4 left only, and it's 500 feet per nautical mile. Actually, we were 380. We were on the cusp at 380 feet per nautical mile. Look at this, 500 feet per nautical mile. How crazy is that? You know, so all the way up to 3,900 feet, no less. Right there, we wouldn't have a prayer. The 172 would not have a prayer to have that type of, to do this departure. Now, what I wanted to show you was this is an RNAV SID. Okay, you could see that it's an RNAV SID because it has RNAV in the title right here. The other one did not. It was not an RNAV SID, right? The atom was not RNAV. One of the features of an RNAV SID that you'll see, though, is that this RNAV1 note is a requirement, and that this GPS is required, right? DME, like a dual DME, IRU, or GPS, like IFR certified GPS, is what's required. Radar required for non-GPS equipped aircraft. So is it possible to do this without GPS? Yes. If you are DME, IRU, then you must be in radar contact, which means that you need to be talking to somebody, and, so basically I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole unless I had GPS. This is a great example, by the way, of not only an RNAV departure, but a departure involving transitions, like we talked about. It looks like there's a Hector transition. We could look on the following page, right? We can look on the following page for the narrative. But it looks like there's a Blythe transition. There's a Hector transition. There's a Fillmore transition, Corez transition. Let's take a look at those just for shits and giggles and see. Okay, so it looks like taking off runway 34 left, runway heading 1303. We do the whole thing, but look at all these transitions here: Blythe, Corez, Castro, Fillmore, Halo, Hector, Las Vegas, Misen. So you would choose, if you're going to Vegas, you'd probably do the Vegas transition. So anyway, I just wanted to point out that in that departure, it was an RNAV departure, required an RNAV of 1. So we can see here with the atom, by contrast, the atom is not an RNAV departure. It's just like a regular departure. It's just a regular SID. And then you want to review. So you want to review the notes. We're talking about considerations when you're reviewing the standard instrument departures. Review the notes. Make sure that you're compliant with those notes. Right, here's this note right here, like cross the Van Nuys DME the Van Nuys VOR, right, DME 1.5 DME at or below 1750. We said that we had an awareness of why. The thing is like on here you wouldn't really know that because you don't, on government charts, you don't see airports that are in the area. To my knowledge, at least you don't here. Burbank is like right here, or actually no, Burbank is like right here. If that's Pomona, then Burbank is fucking like right next door. But on Jeppesen charts, I'll show you, because on my tablet today we'll be using Jeppesen, and we'll kind of, with this in mind, we'll kind of like do a compare and contrast and see what the difference in the depiction is. So on those Jep charts, you will see airports that are right next door. So that's good. And you'd be able to see, like, damn, like, knowing that there's an ILS, unless you didn't know that there was an ILS runway 6, but knowing there's an ILS runway 6 in a Burbank, if you're looking at the Jep chart and you see Burbank Airport right next door, you're kind of like, oh yeah, that makes sense, Finally, so after the notes, and reading the text of the actual thing and like kind of putting it together, you do want to read those lost comm notes and what are you going to do if you lose your communications after the departure. Okay. Now, what is our plan of action if we are, going into Fullerton, which we are. We are going into Fullerton, and the idea, at least for this student, is to do the procedure turn.
and to do the procedure turn with our 5 T's, making sure that we're keeping track of our position and utilizing good VOR radio navigation techniques. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and just kind of see what is the plan when we get to Fullerton. We got the VOR Alpha right here. We'll be tuned into Seal Beach, and we'll brief the approach at that time. But what I'm seeing is after Adam and we take the airways down to Seal Beach, like the tech route wants us to, we will be in a great position to go outbound on this procedure turn, descend on the course reversal, and then track inbound, on that intermediate segment. So that's really, really nice, so that we're set up pretty good for that. The other thing that works too is if we don't make it, what I really like about this route, especially having Long Beach as the alternate airport, we have the VOR Alpha is the missed approach out of Fullerton. For this particular approach, it takes us back to Seal Beach. So that, we're holding there at Seal Beach, right? And we're kind of collecting ourselves and we're like, okay, we're diverting to Long Beach. Well, the cool thing about going missed and holding at Seal Beach, other than it's a direct entry, it's super easy, is the approach into Long Beach. Actually, one of the initial approach fixes is Long Beach, or is Seal Beach. See this right here? Here's Seal Beach VOR. Here's the initial, it is the initial approach fix. Or excuse me, Seal Beach is the beginning of the feeder route, apparently. Gunny is the initial approach fix. So we'll be sitting here at Seal Beach holding on the missed approach out of Fullerton. And when we're ready to go, we get the weather, we do our 5As, right? We get the weather for Long Beach. We get our altimeter setting. We brief our new approach. We set up our avionics, get ready for it, and then we configure the aircraft accordingly. 5As are done. We do that in the hold, of course, making sure we're keeping track of our 5 T's, making the most out of those 1 minute long legs. And when we're ready, we let SoCal approach now on 125.35 that we are ready to go. Okay. And so that's what we'll get ready to do. And it looks good. It's an ILS. It gets us down 220 feet above the ground, and yeah, it's a great option. All right, cool. So where does that leave us now? So that's the departure. Few things, few concerns en route. We'll put this in ForeFlight, and I'll pull up a standard weather briefing, and we'll kind of go through it. But I like it. That's the route. We talked about tech routes. We talked about the SID and doing the Atom and some of the concerns, like when reading a standard instrument departure, that you want to kind of be aware of how to look at the chart. What's the graphical part of it? What is the text-based part of it? And what are those concerns? We looked at the POH. We looked at what the required climb performance was. And then we looked at, in the POH, we looked at what the climb performance abilities were based on weight and temperature and pressure altitude. And of course, the real way to calculate a pressure altitude is do the whole like altimeter thing. Like you go to your local, you go to Van Nuys, you see what the altimeter setting is, and like, you take the difference and like, of the standard versus like what's there, and times 1,000, and that is what your pressure altitude is and all that stuff. So that's typically what you do. But just to save ourselves time here, we saw that we exceeded the climb performance requirement, not by much, but so would I do this in real life if the weather was really bad? Probably not. But really quick, something to point out, by the way, on the Atom is the performance requirement for 380 feet per nautical mile, 2,600 feet, is really only if the standard weather exists. Anything above standard weather, you should be able to do 200 feet per nautical mile, and you should be okay. So you just want to be aware of that, and What this is saying is, yeah, standard weather as prescribed by 91-175. If you go to 91-175, that standard that's talked about, it means this. It's the takeoff minimums right here. The standard weather minimums. If takeoff weather minimums are not prescribed by Part 97 of this chapter for a particular airport, which I'll show you what that looks like, then the following standard minimums apply for aircraft with having 2 engines or less, 1 mile visibility. So this is a commercial aircraft requirement, right? This applies to persons operating aircraft under Part 121, 125, 129, and 135. We are a Part 91 operator in this environment, so we have no weather minimums, but it is good to have a standard for yourself. Like, maybe this is a great area to have like a personal minimum in. It's like, not only buffer in the climb performance that you want to have between what's required and what you're able to do, but also like what the weather needs to be to like leave the airport, right? You can base that on the approach or whatever it is. Like, we'll talk about that another time, but I like to base my personal minimums on departing an airport IFR based on what the approach minimums are, because I want to be able to have an emergency in flight right after departure and come back to the airport and know that if I fly the particular approach down, like I didn't take off into weather that was worse than what the approach needs to get me down. You know what I mean? So you can start setting personal weather minimums based on that. But in the meantime, what they mean by standard is standard weather per Part 91-175 for aircraft with 2 engines or less, right? 1 mile. They're talking about 1 mile visibility right there. So, okay. So we talked about, the departure procedure. We talked about the en route stuff. We're going to be tracking the 095 radial from the Van Nuys VOR along Victor 186. Looks like we're going to be using Seal Beach a lot for the cross radials. We're going to be using Seal Beach on VOR2 for darts. We're going to be using it for perms, for Elmu, for It's Me. That's pretty nice. And then Adam is not on Seal Beach. We have to kind of take a look at what's going on here, because you can't just input this in the GPS and just go do what the GPS says. Like, or I should say you can, but anybody can do that. A fucking monkey can do that, right? I want you to pay attention to what's going on here, because after It's Me, like, it's really comfortable to have, it would be really easy to be comfortable to set Seal Beach as a VOR2, and you're just, changing the radials as you're trying to identify perms and Elmu and It's Me. But after It's Me, your number 2 VOR is not Seal Beach anymore, right? You need to have Pomona on your standby, Pomona 110-4. You need to have Pomona ready on standby, and as soon as you cross Elmu, as soon as you cross It's Me, switch over, continue to track Van Nuys on VOR1, but you need to actually, no, at that point you should be on Paradise, believe it or not, because, ideally you switch, in between. But let's see here. What's the distance between Paradise and, it looks like 51 miles. Yeah, you should be on Paradise then. So, so somewhere on here, midway, you should be tracking directly to Paradise. So we'll do that. And then after It's Me, we need to go over to Paradise, or to Pomona, because Piro and Adam, you can't identify them using Seal Beach. The only way to identify them is using Pomona. It's Piro is the 225 and from Pomona, and Adam is the 187 from Pomona. But the thing is after you get to Adam, you're tracking on that 187 from Adam to Aheim, right? You're tracking the 187 from Pomona. So we can't be tracking on VOR2. We have to track and intercept on VOR1, because VOR2 we say is for position fixing. So we need to plan ahead. This is going to be a really good flight because by the time we switch, by the time we get out of here, we're on the 095 from Van Nuys with Seal Beach as our number 2. We get midway on this airway. We keep Seal Beach for number 2, but we switch to Paradise as primary, as number 1. And we track, instead of from Van Nuys, we track to Paradise. And then after It's Me, we're still tracking to Paradise, but we have Pomona as number 2. But guess what? After It's Me, after we're done and we're at Adam, we need to be tracking Pomona on number 1. So when we switch over to Paradise on number 1, and we have whatever as our standby frequency, we need Pomona in there as our number 1 standby, because at Adam we need to switch over and actually track. And when we switch over at Adam and we're tracking away from Pomona as our number 1, standby number 1 needs to be Seal Beach, right? Because at Aheim, once we bring in the Seal Beach 058 radial at Aheim, we need to track to Seal Beach, right? And at that point, we're probably going to have vectors. No, actually, we're going to be asking for the full procedure. So we'll track to Seal Beach for sure. So a little bit of, it's deceptively simple. This looks like a simple route, but to do it right is not easy. Okay, sounds good. Let's get this on ForeFlight. Take a look at some standard weather briefing stuff. I know you guys are hanging in there. It's 2.5 hours. But this is some good stuff, and this is all, it's also for the recording. So the student has like a good reference. Let's put this away. And I'm going to, I'm going to say, is it Google? I thought I had one for... Oh, you know what? It's charts. That's right. So I'm gonna bring up my AirPlay receiver thingy, and I'm gonna get this synced up. It's very unfortunate because apparently this I don't know if this thing like went out of business or something or what, but I tried putting this same little widget on my laptop because I want to try and like do this like while I'm out and about on like doing Lear stuff. And I was getting like errors and stuff, like trying to find some help. You're not able to find help anymore. Like I think it's like not a thing anymore, so kind of a bummer. Let's see. So I think what we need to do is expand this and then try and make this a little more visible. Let's see. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's not totally perfect. But it'll do, pig. Okay. So I like that. That looks cool. Sweet. I like that a lot. Okay. Awesome. I'm going to move this actually over here like that. Maybe there? Awesome. So what I did is I put that in. I put in Long Beach, not... Ooh, no, I did not put that in. VNY to KFUL, right? So then what we're going to do is we're going to, instead of going to the routes and see like there's the Burbank Papa 19 like we said and the Papa 21, we're not going to do that. We're actually going to go do this is what we have filed, right? What we filed was the departure. We did the Adam, no transition, and 16 left, I believe, right? 16 left. So And this is what I was talking about with like some of the subtle differences. It kind of looks different. Like that's the SID, but we're not going to look at it in this format. I'll send it to the plates and then we'll look at it in a second here. So there's the SID to Elmo and then Adam. And then what we did is we filed Victor 394 to Seal Beach. Aheim, and then from there we'll do Seal Beach. And then once we are at Fullerton, we'll be setting ourselves up for the VOR Alpha approach. So we'll go ahead and load that in there. And we'll just say from Seal Beach. That'll be good. We'll do the procedure turn. Actually, I think there should be a way. I thought there was a way to specify that, you know, we wanted to do the procedure turn, but oh, okay. I think it just gives it to you right there. So, so once again, we're gonna look at this here in a second off of the chart. It can kind of be a lot, you know, like if you try and like look at too much at one time. So definitely not going to do that. But we do plan for the Seal Beach and the VOR Alpha. So what we're going to do is we're going to go send, and we're going to send it to the plates. What that's going to do is that's going to put it in, it's going to organize it for us in terms of this column off to the left here. You see here the first block, Van Nuys, right here. You got the airport, you got departure, approaches, and there's the airport diagram right there. And then you have below that, you have the destination. You have Fullerton, right? Arrivals, approaches, airport diagram. And it's kind of cool because they have it like in order, you know, as you would probably use them. So, you know, you use the airport first for taxi and then departure and all that stuff. So, we'll definitely, you know, we can go down another rabbit hole, which we won't, but it's super tempting to talk about Jeppesen and how it differs from government stuff because, you know, for example, the airport information page, like you don't have this anywhere like in the government, you know, publications. You have the same information that you can find in different places, but what you don't have is a comprehensive like airport information page, like where it's all in the same spot, you know. Jeppesen has put this and even more information together, like more pertinent information. It's not like in excessive information. Like this is for legit pertinent information. Like for example, like the what's if you're landing on the glide slope, you know, on the ILS into runway 16, like if you descend on the glide slope all the way down to the ground, then how much runway usable landing distance do you have? Like that's what that is, the glide slope. So shit like that you're like, god damn, this is awesome, you know. Obstacle departure procedure right here. Actually, this is actually pretty cool because I was wondering if the ODP takes us to Adam as well. Looks like runway 16 left, 16 right, climbing left, turn on heading 053, Van Nuys, VOR 095 radial to darts. We remember that. Oh yeah, and so aircraft eastbound on Victor 186 and southeastbound Victor 459 climb on course. All others. So if you're not eastbound on 186 or southeast on bound on Victor 459, like if you're going north, you know, maybe toward like Gorman, or if you're going like northwest to like Fillmore or something, you would need to climb in the hold west, right turns 0595 inbound to depart darts intersection at or above. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, climb in the darts holding pattern. So like what would that look like? So there's darts. This would be like if you were not doing the approach, like if you were not doing, or I'm sorry, if you were not doing this departure. Let me like draw it out here for you guys. So this says climb in the darts holding pattern, hold west Right turns 095 inbound. So this is what this looks like. Holding west. Let's see here. There it is. So let's do red. And let's hold west. Actually, right, there's holding west. And what was it? Right turns 095 inbound. So right turn, oops. God damn it, dude. It's like a hard angle. There you go. And then bam. By the way, really quick, randomly, is anybody in here watching the House of the Dragon? That shit is sick as fuck. God damn it. So there's our holding pattern. Holding west of darts. Oh, dude, it's the Game of Thrones prequel. I don't know if you ever got into Game of Thrones. We know that this is holding west of darts because the inbound leg is on the west side of the holding fix, and that is a 095 inbound. And then the reciprocal here, of course, is +2 -2. That is a 275, outbound. So that's holding west of darts. And basically what you would do is, yeah, there's a show that recently came out. So yes, this is the holding pattern that we would do if we were flying the obstacle departure procedure, which we're not. So irrelevant. What we're going to do is just get rid of all this and just fly. You'll notice, like, on the procedure, like on the SID, there is no hold, but the ODP, you want to make sure that you're aware that if you're doing the ODP, that you're in the hold. Right turns 095 inbound to depart darts at or above 7,100 feet. So what you're going to do is in the hold, just keep climbing in the hold, and then above, once you're able to cross darts at 7,100 feet, then you can go about your way. There you go. But looking at the departure procedure, it's not what we're going to do. We're going to do what we said we're going to do, right? 1750, and then the 2.2 DME will make our turn. 113, radar vectors, Elmu, Atom, and then so on and so on. A little bit of a different way to depict it, okay? One of the things I like about Jeppesen is, like, this table right here. And Apex, what up, dude? It's been a while, man. I know. It's been a while since I've simmed for sure. I bet was that. I've been gaming, man. Like, I've been on that Halo shit, dude. So it's been treating me really, really, really good. I've been doing that Kerbal Space Program too, man. I've been on Kerbal Space Program, Oblivion, and what the fuck did I just say? Halo. Although I haven't been doing Halo here. Dude, hey, well, see, like, I'm not gonna go on this tangent here, but I'm just gonna say I never played it. You know what I mean? I had PlayStation, and the first time I ever played anything Halo was, I might have had a friend that had an Xbox, and he's like, "This is Halo," and I'm like, "What?" And then, like, that's it. The first time I actually played anything Halo was Xbox 360, right? So that was Halo 3. So played Halo 3, and I'm like, because that was actually, Halo 3 was the first person shooter that I learned to play one-handed. After my spinal cord injury, I was like, fuck that shit. Like, I want to play Call of Duty. I want to play with my buddies. So I gradually learned to play in a third-person perspective game, and then when I was ready to graduate to, like, first-person shooter to really try and practice and hone the skills, Halo 3 was the first one. And I was like, Halo 3 is dope as fuck, but I have no idea what's going on, dude. I was like, apparently these aliens are fucking everywhere. I'm like, why do I feel like anxiety, not real anxiety, but I mean, I feel the angst like in the story. I'm like, it does not seem like these humans have this shit under control, bro. Like, what the fuck? And then, I put it down for a long time. And then, Halo Infinite came out. Games kept coming out or whatever. And then recently Halo Infinite. And so in prep for Halo Infinite, the Master Chief Collection came out. Saw that the Master Chief Collection was out, and I was like, damn. And it was out for like a fucking great deal too. And I was like, dude, I wonder if now's the time to really see like what is the craze like all about, Because I listened to the music on YouTube in Pandora, and the Halo franchise, the music, of course, is fucking awesome. But and so I've been kind of like thinking about it, like wow, like I should really like look into this Master Chief Collection. And so I did, and holy fuck, dude. Actually, for the Master Chief Collection, I looked at, so Master Chief is all of them. It's Combat Evolved, it's 2, 3, 3 ODST, Reach, and 4. Dude. And so I was like, all right, I don't want to play these games in the order that they came out. I want to play them in chronological order so I can kind of see like really start to finish like what is going on, like, So I looked it up, and Reach was first, then Combat Evolved, and dude, Reach was my favorite one so far, dude. I've done Reach, Combat Evolved. I'm on 3, so I did Combat Evolved, or I'm sorry, I did Reach, Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3 ODST. I just finished yesterday or like 2 days ago, and then I'm almost done with Halo 3. And Reach was just dope as shit, because I actually did some research into like what was Combat Evolved about, and based on how the beginning of Combat Evolved, on what the beginning of Combat Evolved is, Reach is not gonna end good, dude. And knowing that, I was like, damn, because they really put the emotion into Reach, they really like humanize these people, and you're like, all these fuckers are dead, dude. Like, these are dead man walking, So I really, really enjoyed like that. I thought ODST was like interesting too, like the tone of ODST. I don't know if you played that. It was pretty sick. It was pretty sick, but so far Reach is my jam, I would say. 3 is fucking off the chain too, dude. 3 is so fucking action packed. It's crazy. So yeah, the only thing I wanted to say about this, by the way, is in terms of client performance requirements, Jeppesen actually goes to the trouble to give you a table right here. Like, this is the whole procedure. Yeah, they're all, dude. How was 4? That's what I want to know. If you played it, how was 4? So down here, this is the whole procedure, and down here in the corner, you can see here you haven't played it. There you go. 380, and then I think that was who said Kerbal, yay for science, space flight, dude. You would be proud, dude, of how I've grown in Kerbal, man. I was on here the last time I was home trying to play Kerbal, and dude, that shit was a lot, and I was only playing through the tutorials and stuff, but even the tutorials, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this shit is like intense, and I actually, when I last played Kerbal, it was like years ago, so I thought I'd unwrap it again and try and dive in. The tutorials didn't even have docking in it. It ended, I believe, at the moon, leaving the moon. And so when I was looking at the tutorials to stream, and I noticed that docking was in the tutorials, I was like, oh my fucking god, because one of my goals is to build a space station and build a rover and like send a rover and stuff. And so I did the tutorials, and I was having a hard time with it. Kept playing it like a fucking madman though. When I was out there flying, like doing when I was out there working, you know what I mean? We'd chill in the hotels a lot. So if I'm in the hotel and I'm in there for like 2 days, like I am playing Kerbal for fucking 48 hours straight, you know what I mean? And so I'm in career mode, and I'm doing good, man. Like, I've got space stations up there, dude. I'm doing satellite stuff. I'm out there like doing research and development. I can't wait to stream some Kerbal shit for you guys, man. Okay. Dude, let's get to it, dude. So let's see. The approach. There's our VOR approach. And what I'm hoping for is Apex. No worry about it, dude. In fact, what's good about I heard Apex is also really good. I've never played. Call of Duty, of course, was awesome, but I never played Apex. All right, so there's our guy there. Um, you have to play Cribble more too. I only have done a few missions of career mode so far, but one of these weeks I have to try building a station too. Dude, let's do it together. You know what I mean? I have a ship that I saved, and I'll show you. Like, actually, we'll just build one fresh, dude. And I'm down to do it actually after this. After we do our flight, you know what? Let's do this flight to Fullerton. We'll get this point across for my student, dude, and we'll fucking pull the plug on it, dude. We'll get some Kerbal going. Fuck it. All right. So we'll leave the tablet. Oh no, you know what? Let's just tend to the just to for thoroughness, let's do the standard weather briefing. Okay, so for the student that's watching, like, this is one way to do it. And if I remember correctly, it is the I want to say it's the pack. You need a pack for this trip? Yeah, we'll do no. I want to say, is it Navlog profile? No. Profile is actually pretty dope because you can see the airspace, you know, profile view wise, you know. You can see they're up at the top. We're out of Van Nuys is right underneath the that magenta like class Charlie, that's Burbank. And you know, pretty nice. So, and then there's Fullerton class Delta underneath LAX Bravo there. So but let's see here, edit. Oh yeah, the other cool thing about bells and whistles, dude, is this sim. So you know, what I like to do is, if I don't really do this like, you know, my own personal flying, but it's good to show like on stream when we do this flight planning. What you want to do is look at Google Maps along your route and see, like, okay, there's a freeway there. Like, are there places for me to put it down, you know, if I need to? Are there parks? Like, looks like there's a park over there in the distance, you know? Another really cool thing about this is you can filter in the icing or the turbulence. There we go. So it looks like there's like a layer of turbulence right here that you can see that we're like right in the middle of, you know? Or clouds, you know? So that's cool. You can have like different filters on this sim here. You can like speed it up and stuff. So that's cool. You kind of want an out, you know, and it's really nice to kind of run there's Burbank. Yeah, I totally agree. Space flight, like, satellite view is so important. There's a golf course right there as you're between Elmu and also, just like if you're IFR, like, you need to know what the terrain situation looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to know that between, you know, on that Victor 186, that's what this is right here. Like, there's some fucking fucked up terrain right there. And you know, but coming up to Elmu, you're pretty in the clear. Do I let my IFR students use ForeFlight during the flight? And if so, do you let them keep own ship enabled? Yeah, so short answer is yes. You know, like, I want them to really get familiar with ForeFlight and like all the tools that it has to offer, but I will make an effort to restrict them to paper initially, especially if we do sim first. Like, a lot of my students, we do sim first before we even get in the airplane. So we'll do paper, you know, navigating by paper. We'll do analog VOR stuff. And the reason why is because other than the obvious reasons, if your battery dies or your iPad overheats, or you don't want over reliance on, here comes Adam, where there's POC or Pomona VOR. make a right-hand turn right here on 393 or whatever it is, 394. But other than the obvious things, it's like you want to motivate them to develop their situational awareness. Like you don't want them to like have a crutch or like a safety blanket for the, with a GPS unit in there. You want them to plan ahead with their VOR stuff. And like the other thing too, actually, that I think is underappreciated or like not really talked about as much, at least I don't hear it talked about as much, is the art of like pre-folding a chart is super important. Um, you know, we all were using for flight. It wasn't mandatory as a student, but if you had iPad, great. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to like make people use paper. Um, but yeah, like I typically have them. I wonder if it's gonna go do the procedure turn. Yay, it is. So here we are on that 200 outbound. Yeah, so the art of pre-folding a chart is really important. So anyway, yeah. So looking at the standard weather briefing, that's what I'm trying to do here is standard weather briefing. I'm gonna go pack this, I think, is what I want to do. Or actually, yeah, I think that is what I want to do. Okay, we're packed, and then flights. No. Oh, you know what? I fucked up. I need to send it to flights, I think. That's what I need to do. So you send it, right? You send it to flights, and then this is where, sorry, it's been a while. Your flight is right here off to the side. You can see here, Van Nuys to Fullerton IFR, what's highlighted, 6,000. Oh, I accidentally selected the wrong. I thought it was 5,000. Didn't they say 5,000? In 65710, at the Adam 3 departure, and estimated time and arrival 32 minutes. Using the regular 172 profile, it looks like 6 gallons of fuel or something like that, but do your own fuel calculations and all that. But you can go click on the briefing right here, and that's pretty awesome. And we can just go through it here. So it looks like Angel Stadium's got a TFR right there. Active during our passing time. So what that means is like at that time, at the projected time, if we left really when we said we were gonna leave, ForeFlight is telling us that the we will be passing it from 0406 Zulu to 0432 Zulu. So yeah. We've also got the Huntington Beach Air Show that is on the 29th. Inactive during the passing time. Oh, excuse me. Wait a minute. No. That what they're saying is yeah, because see, look, inactive during the passing time. We are clear of that. Let's see here. Oh, you said nice. I feel like when I had my first few instrument flights, whenever an instructor showed me their iPad of where we were on the approach or the point to point, I was always in confidence booster to know that what I was doing based on the paper pubs was correct. Ownership is the little blue plane. Yeah, the geolocating. So your plane on ForeFlight, once we're able to use ForeFlight, we were able to have it disabled initially. Yeah, you could do that too. You could definitely do that. I like that. Yeah, and it is nice. Like if they're using paper, I let them use both, but I like we'll do our flight planning on paper and then we'll build it on ForeFlight because ultimately you do need to know how to use ForeFlight too. So I'll give them orientation on that. I like to start them off on paper for sure. And then I'll we can take out what I try and encourage is to have the paper ready to go and then look at the iPad if you need to look at the iPad, but then put the iPad away. Like I encourage putting it away. And then, if you do, your cruise check, your checklist usage, you can like break it out. So that's it for the TFRs. It looks like there's Disneyland as well. We know about the Disneyland TFR. We got some convective activity actually out there. And it's active. It is nearby. But we are, you know, um, uh, the active time, it looks like September at 04:55 Zulu, and beginning at 04:55, and it's good until 08:55 Zulu. And here we are. We're gonna be flying from 0400 to 0432. So it's active shortly around the time that we will be flying, but not quite, right? We will be done flying. If we're done flying at 0432, then we will because we would have departed, and then like getting there at, we departed 03 and get there near 04 or something. They're saying that, by the time we're flying by it, basically. So convective activity out there to the east. Looks like we've got some IFR weather, an IFR AirMet, right? We have that AirMet Sierra, active September 29th, 0600 Zulu to 0859 Zulu. So it is inactive. Like when we're flying around 0400 Zulu, it's not active yet. So that's good to know. So what's going on? Well, we've got a cold front coming through later, so we expect the forecast to not look super great, but right now it's probably good. We'll look at the TAFs. We got some low pressure over us, maybe some pockets of precipitation down south in Southern California, accompanied by a trough to the north that extends downward into Arizona. We could see here some precipitation, and we could also see some clouds. And on the satellite, this is a composite image. This is a composite of the surface analysis along with the radar and the satellite, right? This is a nice like composite image. But it doesn't look too crazy. Of course, Zach and Taco are getting fucking pelted. And actually, Taco up there in the north, the northeast, I mean, you're still getting rained on right now. And I hope you're doing well, my friend. Down there, Jesus Christ, the homies are down there. But over here, a little bit of a different story. And how are we back in Michigan is super chill. Super chill. That's good. All right. Looking at METARs. So there's our route. And it's looking VFR right now all over the place. So that's great. We see here some cloud coverage at the 0300 Zulu cloud coverage down here. It's something to look at. And personally, I like looking at the GFA for this. So I will break that out to go along with it. But, right here we can see that there are areas of this cloud coverage south of us, like pretty significantly south of us, offshore, that goes all the way down to 300 feet with tops at 1500. Not a humongous layer, but the fact is for me, 300-foot overcast offshore, fucking red flag, because as the night sets in and the temperatures cool down and that land really cools down, that's going to be encroaching over the next several hours. Like the morning is probably going to be super rough, right? And so yeah, we're good on that. We're gonna back that up later. TAFs. Okay, we'll look at the text-based TAFs right here actually. ForeFlight's really cool because it will not only give you a graphical of the TAFs, like in general, like throughout the period, like what are they forecasting? Is it VFR or like marginal and stuff? That's what you see here on the green dots. But by the way, you guys are fucking awesome for sticking through this over 3 hours of like pre-flight prep, and that's what's up. You guys are the shit. Um, what you'll find is down here in the text base, okay, the lines, it'll show you like at what time, like first of all, what line of the TAF pertains to you based on your departure time, based on your aircraft performance and the time en route. Where are you going to be at what time, and where in the TAF are you going to be? So like looking at the Van Nuys TAF, we're going to be right there at the 0300, right? We're departing, well, we have a proposed departure of 0300. We're definitely beyond that, obviously. But at the time, it was the 29th at 0300, variable at 3, greater than 6 miles visibility, sky clear, right? 04. Shortly after that, 3 minutes later at 0403, the Burbank TAF has us at in the 0400 zone, right in the 0400 line, with winds out of the southeast at 6 statute miles, sky clear. And that is, of course, not at altitude. That is at the airport, right? We know that the TAFs have limits to the height, the altitude, and the radius of the center of the aerodrome. Okay, but that's what they're saying. This is not a loft. Okay, this is not a loft over Burbank. And then 0405 Santa Monica, right? It's VFR. So coming down to Long Beach, by the way, here we are at, it's good to know that 0413 Zulu over Long Beach, it will be also sky clear. That's good to know because Long Beach is our alternate. We saw why it qualified to be our alternate. But look at the low IFR, how quickly it goes to from greater than 6 miles visibility, sky clear. Look at this shit. Oh, you can't really zoom in, huh? Let's see here. Oh, space flight. You said my first introduction with using ForeFlight instrument flight plan at multiple airports for one flight. I wasn't an iPad user yet, so I was still in on paper. Good. Instructor let me use the ForeFlight because he decided to let me go VFR to a nearby planned airport instead of IFR. Problem was I didn't plan for VFR and I didn't know what I was looking at while at the run-up area. Oh shit. So imagine being at Riverside, departing 27 and then turn southbound, departing VFR and forgetting the Class C, the Ontario shelf while you're climbing fast. I believe that's 2,700 foot floor, like, of the shelf. Yeah, I definitely fucked up and busted that before, dude. Because it's all there. Like, Chino, Corona. Well, Corona, it depends on, like, what direction you take off. But, Chino, Riverside, Flaybob. I think I fucked up out of Flaybob, actually. There's nobody really to help me until, like, I switched over. But, Flaybob, all that shit, dude. It's, yeah, that Ontario is it's kind of crazy. It's like Inland Empire is its own basin, and very much so. Van Nuys is its own basin, actually. It's kind of its own little club over there. Ontario, John Wayne, and then Seal Beach. Sounds good. Wind chart. Looking at the cross section, and we can expect a headwind, it looks like, up there, pretty much. Let's look at these winds aloft. So there's our filed altitude. Should have been 5,000, but there you go, 6. Oh no, of course it's we're doing we're going eastbound, so even east, and so but ultimately, like, if ATC wants us there at 5 because of the tech route, then we're gonna fly 5. So Van Nuys, 6,000 feet. Looking at Aheim, yeah, 257 at 7. So that actually is that's a tailwind. Or, well, no, by the time we get to Aheim, 257, that's definitely that's a headwind. There's 257 at 7. That's like probably a 2 knot headwind or something. If it's 7 knots, and at that point at Aheim, oh no, we're gonna be zero. No, 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 no. 058, I believe, is when we're gonna be at Aheim. We're gonna be turning into a stronger headwind. So 058 is what, 238? That's probably a 5 knot headwind. If it's 257 at 7, right? We'll be on a 238 heading. We'll probably have, a 5 degree correction or maybe a 4 degree correction, headwind correction. 21 Celsius. So, all right. Student is saying what's up, trying to meet up tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Riverside Tower was cool. Oh, are they nice over there? I heard. Well, not heard. I mean, I have my personal experience as well. Um, oh damn. Um, was oh yeah, I was saying my own personal experience with a San Bernardino guy being like a dick, but um, letting me know I'm climbing into SoCal's airspace, and then I knew to push the nose down and corrected the altitude. I was 1,000 high at the time. Ugh, you were 1,000 inside. DA-42 was a fast plane. Oh my god, I can't imagine. DA-42. Wait a minute. That is isn't that the multi? Isn't the 42 the nice fucking multi aircraft? Okay, and then we look at our NOTAMs here. Okay, so navigation NOTAMs. Looks like the Van Nuys nav localizer type directional aid. Um, let's see here. We got the ILS runway 16 right, unserviceable. On the 22nd, or I should say August 2022 August 22nd at 16:08 until September 30th of 2022. Now the ILS runway 16 right. The Diamond Twin Star. Yeah, fuck, dude. That's such a nice. I like FADEC and like all this bells and whistles shit, dude. Okay, communication NOTAMs. You want to make sure you're going through these NOTAMs, right? Because especially the FDC NOTAMs, the Austria 161 horsepower, but diesel. Fuck. FA requires Jet A. Really? That's trippy. First Jet A fuel plane I got to fly with so far. Nice. Like, yeah, what can I say? Yeah, I trained in an airplane. It takes jet fuel, so they're like, really? You flew a jet? And you're like, well, no, but why are you asking all these questions? So, let's see here. These are all important, obviously, the NOTAMs, but what you really want to be aware of and show your instructor, present to your examiner are these FDC NOTAMs. I want to say it's Flight Data Center. Is that what it is? FDC stands for Flight Data Center. These are not notices to airmen for non-physical things. So you got physical things like DNOTAMs are going to be physical things. These are going to be like taxiways that are closed, runways that are closed or under construction, lighting systems that are out of service, VASIs or PAPIs that are out of service, approach light systems that are out of service. Good to know, because then you can go to the front of the terminal procedures publication and alter your minimums just because of the type of approach light system that is out of service. That is, blue mana battery, food dog shaped cornholios. Food dog shaped cornholios, in my opinion. Well, that's a great opinion to have. That's definitely, that sounds like something that you would take to a city council meeting, and they're talking about the zoning issues and like, whether there should be rent, and then it's like, does anybody have anything to say about this? And then somebody like stands up and they're like, yes sir. And you go, listen, I fucking had it up to here with these food dog shaped cornholios, and that's just my opinion. And they're going to be like, thank you for your opinion, sir. We're going to take that back to the committee. We're going to talk about that. And you go, well, that's what you fucking said last time. Oh, man. I have no idea what you were talking about with the dog-shaped cornholios, but I just love to, I love that you contributed that. So, oh, FDC, bro. Dog-shaped. What the fuck, dude? What are you talking about? Imagine if that was true. Imagine if that was published in like, the pilot handbook of aeronautical knowledge. Like that was like FAA published, and they're like, yeah, dude, like, they're the pertinent, relevant, food dog shaped cornholios that are concerning the safety of your flight. You must look at the food dog shaped cornholios, because they're gonna include changes to the minimums on an approach, but exactly, dude. Exactly. Safety first, dude, is all I'm saying. So. Now, this is interesting. Oh no, we're not doing the Canoga, never mind. We're not doing the Newhall, right? So you could see here some relevant FTC NOTAMs for Van Nuys. I was saying FTC NOTAMs are notices to changes in non-physical things, right? D NOTAMs are physical things: airports, taxiways, lighting, nav aids, like VOR stations out of service. These are physical things, right? So FTC NOTAMs are non-physical things. An example of like a non-physical thing, if you look here at this FTC NOTAM, is a change in the minimums and in the procedure to a departure, right? So this is an FTC NOTAM, it's a non-physical thing. You could see 2-0833. This is the 833rd NOTAM in, no, excuse me. Yeah, I want to say this was the 833rd NOTAM in November. I want to say 2 is the month, and 833 is like the number of NOTAM it is in that month. And so I go ahead and check me on that. If I'm wrong, I'm like the first to totally agree with you and admit that I'm wrong, and we can all learn and stuff. But I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that's what that means. 2-0833 is like the second month, and a cursor would do wonders. I know, dude. I know. You know what? I wonder if I can I like mark on this? Because I can't zoom either. Normally I would like zoom in, I wonder, wait a minute, can I like, hey, dude. Yes, dude, I could do this. So, O2, this is, I use OBS. Yeah, I use OBS right here. Enable cursor. Are you serious? Wait a minute. How? Wait. In what? Settings? Or properties? For all capture sources, okay. Let's see here. Enable, because it's not a capture source. It's a. Oh, actually, yes, it is. Under what though? I right clicked it. I don't see enable cursor. I'm under sources. The capture source would have properties. Okay. Capture cursor. Oh, so I think that is actually what I'm doing is um yeah. So I think that is what I'm doing, like right here. Bam. I think that is what that I'm enabled to. So yeah, what I was talking about here is this FTC modem. Yeah, okay, cool. No, that's good on you, dude. This FTC modem 2-0833. I think that's February, the 833rd modem in February. And then, but it pertains to the Newhall departure. See, so we're not doing the Newhall, we're doing the Atom. So we don't worry about that. This other one is for the Canoga 3 departure. We talked about the Canoga 3, but we're not doing the Canoga 3. We're doing the Atom, right? So what about the destination? Do we have any changes to the do we have any FDC NOTAMs? Well, what's going on? We have ILS runway 24 localizer deeming not maintained daily. Basically, don't use it. Obstructions. Any FDC NOTAMs? So right here, FDC, full SID, Fullerton, Fullerton's, SID, the Anaheim 1. Yeah, the Anaheim 1 departure serves other airports as well as Long Beach. Lake Hughes transition not authorized except for aircraft equipped with suitable RNAV. So that's interesting because the Anaheim 1 I think is not RNAV. So the only way that they're allowing you to do the Lake Lake Hughes transition is with RNAV. And Lake Hughes, I want to say, is a transition to the north, through LAX and like through Van Nuys, through Burbank, through Palmdale. So there you go. En route navigation. And, you check these out. Okay. And that's our standard weather briefing. Okay. So let's go ahead and get back here. I'm gonna put this to the side and I'm gonna get us going, dude. Get us going. I'm actually not gonna use my head tracker for this. Is root on a bot? I don't think so. Those keystrokes, like the exclamation mark, commands, I still don't really know those. Sorry. Like I have to know you are making it now. Oh, no. The route uh on a bot. You are organic. I take that as a compliment. Thank you. Just getting my Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm showing the route actually on here. Like I have this thing communicating with my iPad. And so, you can like, you know, really do the whole route and stuff and really show you guys. And I'll leave that up there actually as well. Even though I use Navigraph for my shit, like I use my oh shit, fuck. Yeah, I use Navigraph. I like to use ForeFlight, because then if people have questions about no, dude, absolutely not. No, it's fine. If people have questions on like how did I make that route or whatever, like on ForeFlight, like maybe they use ForeFlight, I know that I would have appreciated some sort of orientation and stuff. The goal is to get to Fullerton before 11. Fuck. Because the ATC dudes, they close at 11 Pacific. So yeah. Let's do this. Let's go. So for those of you that are like Team Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, yeah, I have time constraints, but I think it's gonna be fine. Like it's like a short flight, and right now what I'm trying to do is go through all of these different elements because I have a student that is I'm a flight instructor, and I also fly professionally. But one of my students is like I inherited from another instructor who like totally fucked up, and like you know the student is really like trying. He's in a bind, and so what I'm trying to do is as I am stepping into like I'm like leaning into like helping him and correcting, doing the remedial like work. I am I'm also trying to make this video. It's a big issue for us both. Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like for me, I'm like, dude. But you know what? I have a syllabus that I work with, and like the path is known. Like the path is. He wasn't even using a syllabus. He had, dude. Every question I ask, he's having a hard time with it. But you know what? The dude is the shit. He's a super hard worker. He's learning to work harder, and because I think it's hard to work hard if you're lost or if you're not sure like how it's going to pay off. But now we're on a different system. We're using a syllabus and the payoff is there. He's getting in gear, and but there's pressure like from his dad and like so, and I get it too from the dad's point of view because they're like, hey dude, like what is going on with your education? Like can't just keep paying for what, you know what I mean? What's the latest? Like so it is, and then it's like as a flight instructor, I'm just putting my equipment together here. As a flight instructor, there is that mentor aspect, and so I'm trying to help him plan and like set up a calendar and stuff, and he's doing great. So we're just taking it one bit at a time. And so the whole point of what I'm saying is, I am this video is a start to finish for a very like it's a start to finish video. Don't let it's a big don't let dad know. Yeah, well, dad knows, dude. So it's like, damn. This is I'm gonna send him this video, or I'm gonna let him access it, start to finish, for this whole process. And we did weather, we did pre-flight planning, we talked about regulations, like we talked about for flight. Fuck, dude, we talked about the flight plan and weather and shit. Like it's gonna be great. Now we're gonna actually go fly it with ATC. It's gonna be the shit. So I hope that he can like watch this long as hell video and just take a gang of notes. And should be good. All right, so let's get X-Plane. I think that's it. I think that's all we need. That's all we need. Got this old coffee right here. And I was gonna fly down to Fullerton and then fly from Fullerton down to San Diego, but I'm good. I'm gonna fly. I'll fly maybe sim another time, like before I go to work. Like I work in Michigan, and I go back to work on. Right now I'm in Los Angeles, but like I live here and I work there, so I'm 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and all that stuff. So before I go out there, I will do sim again. But dude, I really want to play some more video games, dude. How do you have? Will you have to cut this video? You said you were gonna show it. That's actually a good point. I might cut it. I might not. I might just leave it and like let him watch like all the hours and stuff, because I made like important points, and there were people in here that actually asked like really good questions and stuff. There were people that follow, and if I get lucky, like other it's all good, dude. It's all good, man. Nah, nah, nah. It's fine. It's fine. Nah, he's like he's a good sport. It's all good. It's all good, dude. Um, so let's see here. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's get the game capture and we'll leave the charts up. So the game capture should be coming in any second now. Few of these airplanes in here that I really, really enjoy, dude, flying. Wait till this pops up here. Yeah, so I use For Flight actually, not Navigraph. And I like it because this is like it's a separate program actually that I subscribe to. Yeah, it's a real flight thing. Yeah, it's a real, so it's really good. And it's easy to manage. You can just put it away for a second like this and bring it back. You can expand it. This is cool, man. Oh yeah, definitely. This is what I fly in real life actually. It's kind of cool. Um, Real flight thing used also in flight sim. Absolutely, absolutely. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna keep it nice and simple, dude. We're gonna do the 172 SP. We're gonna take off Van Nuys. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's put some weather in there, eh? Let's go Stratus. We'll bring that down here to 700 feet or whatever, and we'll put that all the way up there. We'll go visibility is 2, and let's see here, dry, nice, nice. Okay, cool. Foggy, time of day. We'll do day, and I like it. Oh, and the other thing too is we'll start it. We'll start it here maybe, and that way we don't have to go too far. Matter of fact, let's just start on this side of the field. And that way we can just taxi. Cool. And then I hope it's been a while since I've actually been in X-Plane, but I hope that we pop up. I have my tablet communicating with the computer, so I'm hoping that you see it, right here on this chart thing. We should be up in this area right here, so okay, let's see where if they put us in a good spot. Okay. And there we are. We pop up on the chart there, and looking really good. This should be this. This should be this. There's that. And everything works. That's great. We're just going to go just like this. Oh, and also, is it this? Or cool. Okay, there's trim. Very good. Sounds good. All right. Be right back. Quick bathroom break, and then we will go. We'll get going on this, and we will file our flight plan. All right, guys. Let's do it. Let's see. Maybe I could have rephrased it. Oh, did you say something stupid? No, I don't. No. I was going to the bathroom. So can I use all ramp sizes in it? Well, I mean, so this is a reflection of like the layout of the airport. And in fact, I think I'm gonna shrink it down a little bit. How's that? Is that good for you guys? You can like see stuff and you can see the frequencies and all that. It's hard for me to tell like how big it actually is. I would like for it to be small. So but yeah, it has all different kinds of ramps on this page and all that stuff. And so let's get it going here. So let's it's gonna be throttle a quarter, full rich. Let's go all the lights off, beacon on, master, avionics off, everything else is off. Let's go fuel pump. And there we go. We put some fuel in there. Fuel pump off. Then we're gonna go. There we go, like that. Sometimes this starts, sometimes it doesn't. But you know, we'll give it our best shot. It has all the ramps. I believe it has all the ramps. Yeah. It has all the ramps. Well, the payware, I pay for the. This is a service that I pay for. No, this is a stock airplane. This is totally stock. The navigation that I use, like this stuff right here, is a program called 4Flight. I pay for that separate. It has nothing to do with the sim, but I have it communicating with my sim. All right, so clear prop. All right, there it is. Okie dokie. Let's go. Taxi nav strobe is on. Let's go lean for taxi. We'll go avionics on. And we're trim and fuel's on both. Oh, dude, no, it's totally fine. I'm an instructor that I teach people how to fly in in these conditions. It's all good. It's all good. I teach people how to do it. I help train people who want to be airline pilots, actually. So let's look at what's going on. So yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. It's pretty awesome. It's very cool. It's very freeing, you know. Like the plan. That's why we spent no viz flying. The whole flight right now is going to be no visibility. We're not going to see anything. So, but what I want to show you is how we navigate using these. Not even going to use this GPS really. Actually, nah, I won't. And it's going to be great. Okay, so what I want to do is actually put the parking brake on. And I want to put in some frequencies here. So actually, let's go with clearance delivery. Oh, you know what? We need a file first. Okay. 65710. Okay, I hope that works. Clearance delivery is 126.6 apparently, based on the frequency up there at the top. 126. Yeah, no. I'm gonna. I really filed. This is another paid thing. This is why like I encourage subscribing, because I pay for the sim. I pay for the equipment. I pay for 4Flight on my tablet. I pay for Pilot Edge. I don't use VATSIM. I use legit Pilot Edge. I pay for that's a subscription. So you know, like I do encourage people to be like, hey, like if you can support that shit. 126.6. Well, sometimes that's the way it is in real life, actually. Sometimes they have you switch over, you know. Let's see, 121.5, and then we're going to do the ATIS 127.55. Okay. And then we're going to go to
Van Nuys Information Alpha. 1800 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions indefinite.
Oh, dude, you
overcast.
guys, look at these drawings. Like when I was going through systems for the for the Lear, we had to draw. This was the bleed air system.
16 left.
We had to draw this. Like there's the engine
right.
and then like all the valves and stuff and like.
Advise on initial
fucked
contact.
up.
You have Alpha.
So let's see here. Yo, man, I'm gonna hop off for the night. Hope to catch you tomorrow. If you're streaming and if I have power, yeah. Hey, man, stay safe. Thank you so much for stopping by, dude. And I hope to see you tomorrow. We'll probably be video gaming. Let's do it, bro.
Weather.
Have a good night, man.
Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions indefinite overcast. Temperature 14, dew point 14. Altimeter 2992. Arriving runways 16 right, 16
We're actually
left.
going to tell the
Departing
controllers that we have
runways 16
information
right,
Zulu
16
because
left. Advise
actually,
on initial
hold on.
contact. You have Alpha.
We need Pilot Edge Connect. There it is. 65710 172 Connect.
Connected to Pilot Edge. Van Nuys Information Alpha.
John Wayne Tower, Skyhawk 446
Alright,
Alpha
so it's
Foxtrot,
gonna be-
short of 20 right, ready
wind-
for IFR departure.
It's wind
Sky
calm,
conditions
November
indefinite.
visibility,
446 Alpha
visibility
Foxtrot, John Wayne Tower, runway 20 right, IQ clear for
indefinite
takeoff.
Altimeter
overcast,
Clear for
2992.
takeoff, 20 right.
Arriving
Skyhawk 6 Alpha
runways
Foxtrot.
16
and
right.
temperature
14,
14,
runways
dew point
16 right.
14,
16 left.
altimeter
Advise on
2992.
initial contact. You have Alpha.
Yeah, I just don't really mind messing. I don't mind, not messing. We want 16 left. Cool. Now our clearance we have here.
Van Nuys Information Alpha.
We can actually get off of that, go back to guard. Oh, is that right? You can get something on Amazon. You can like change the voice. That sounds pretty cool. Sounds dope. Going to the plates, clearance delivery is 126.6 and then ground is 21.7. 21.7. Cool. That's awesome. I didn't know that, dude. That's pretty sick. Thank you for telling me that. Let's go to the clearance. We're going to be cleared to the Fullerton Airport. The Adam... what is it? The Adam 2? Is that what we said? Departure? The Adam 3, excuse me. Okay. The Adam 3 departure. And then as filed. So I kind of like to...
351 Tango Bravo, radar services terminated, squawk IFR and frequency change approved.
Alright.
Frequency change approved, November 851 Tango.
I think is it... hold on a sec. Van Nuys clearance delivery 65710. So I think let's go to the so that is contact ATC. Okay, gotcha. Ooh, that's a good idea. I should do that. Van Nuys clearance delivery. Good evening. 65710. How do you hear?
Calling ready to check if I've been.
Good evening, Van Nuys clearance delivery 65710 on the ground of Van Nuys. Requesting the IFR clearance to Fullerton via the Adam 3.
65710, Van Nuys clearance. 06 Alpha Foxtrot, contact SoCal departure.
Over to departures. Skyhawk 6 Alpha Foxtrot.
I think she's gonna go. She's like fetching our clearance right now or something.
SoCal departure. Skyhawk 446 Alpha Foxtrot. Level at 2000.
We have
heading
2992 set right there already. We're within 75 feet of the field elevation.
446 Alpha Foxtrot, SoCal departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 3000.
Climb and maintain 3000. Skyhawk 6 Alpha Foxtrot. Mojave Tower, November 851 Tango Bravo, 10 miles northwest.
Hey, is that too loud for you guys, or is it good?
Full
I can turn that down a
landing
little bit.
with the numbers.
Then,
One Tango Bravo, Mojave Tower, you said you're inbound from the southwest?
Northwest. November 851 Tango Bravo.
351 Tango Bravo, report midfield right, downwind runway 26.
okay, cool. Good to know. Van Nuys clearance delivery 65710, requesting IFR to Fullerton as filed, Adam 3.
What was the other indication, November 851 Tango Bravo?
For 65710, I heard you request, I said stand by.
Ooh, okay, gotcha.
351 Tango Bravo, report midfield right, downwind runway 26.
Report midfield right.
Oh, no
downwind,
way.
runway
Fliggity's,
26,
he's out there
November
flying the
851 Tango
jets
Bravo. Thank you.
in hurricanes. Dude, he's out there, like, I've seen a couple of guys, with the tags of, like...
65710, clear to Fullerton Airport, Adam 3 departure, Adam, picture 394, as filed. Climb via acidic, set maintain 4000, expect 5000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 134.2, squawk 4746.
Thank you so much for putting that together. 65710, clear to the Fullerton Airport via the Adam 3, Vector 394, as filed. Climb via the SID, accept 4,000, expect 5,000, 10 minutes after departure. 134.2, 4746, in the box for 65710.
65710, lead back correct.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the confusion earlier.
Shot turn right heading 020.
Okay, cool. So we have our clearance, and let's go ahead and put that in, actually.
030, 6 Alpha Foxtrot.
So the...
6 Alpha Foxtrot heading 020.
020 for 6 Alpha
The
Foxtrot.
flight plan, let's...
Here, 965 Sierra, contact Joshua, approach 124.55.
Let's delete this
124.55,
approach.
American
I'll put it in, but just use it. You know, I'll delete the flight plan, and we're gonna go do the departure. Hopefully the departure's in there. Wait a minute, procedure.
996 7,500 feet.
The Adam.
Here,
See,
965 Sierra, Joshua, approach Mojave, altimeter 3005.
let's see here. Runway 16 left. And then it's going to be Adam. And then Adam, it was, let's go ahead and pull up the
Again, you were
chart.
muffled.
I copy the altimeter, 656.
Aheim. There's Aheim, and then Seal Beach, but I'm not even going to waste my time putting in Seal Beach. I'm going to say Fullerton, KFUL. And then what I'm going to do is go add a procedure. I'm going to, notice this is Adam 2, not Adam 3. This shit's fucked up. I thought I don't understand why I can. I made sure my Navigraph was updated before I did this, and yet it's not totally, it's not current, so I don't know why that is. It's kind of frustrating. Select the approach. We want the VOR Alpha starting at Seal Beach with the procedure.
November 126 Foxtrot Oxnard ground. Clear to Van Nuys Airport. After departure, flighting 255. radar
Is there a
vectors,
way to
Camarillo
update?
VOR. Camarillo 072 radio to Gina direct.
I guess I didn't really realize that I
Maintain
needed to
4000,
update
expect
the
5000,
the
10 minutes after
530
departure.
specifically.
Departure frequency 124.7, squawk 7154.
See, I thought Navigraph updated that doing a Navigraph update like updated my 530,
Clear to Van
but
Nuys.
sounds like it doesn't.
On departure, heading 255 degrees, radar vectors, Camarillo. Missed the radio to Gina, then a filed,
ground
climb
121.7,
spec 5 and 10,
towers
124.7,
16 left is
7154.
120.2.
Air 126 Foxtrot, reback correct.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
65 Sierra Mojave Airport, 12 o'clock, 1 more miles, radar services terminated.
Oh,
Call
really?
fire frequency
I
change
see.
clear.
Okay. So there's that.
VFR
Now,
frequency change approved,
looking
bearing
at the
650.
chart, we
6 Alpha Foxtrot, say approach
looking
request.
at the departure rather.
This will be a full stop for 6 Alpha Foxtrot.
Right. So here we are. We need to
Okay, do you have an approach request?
track 113.1.
Yes, 6 Alpha Foxtrot request the ILS runway 20 right at John Wayne.
We know we need to put that in nav 1 with a 095. Right. There's
ILS runway 20 right approach.
095.
6 Alpha Foxtrot.
And then the standby number 1 is actually going to be Paradise. Remember, we were saying that halfway down the airway we need to track to Paradise actually. So 112.
Mojave Tower, Baron 996 here is 10 miles.
Paradise VOR is
northwest.
112.2.
Have the numbers. Request full stop.
Okay.
Air 996
So that's it for
Mojave
VOR
Tower,
1, but
report
VOR
visuals right
2,
down runway 26.
we need
Port Minfield down. Correction.
need Seal Beach, I
Minfield
believe.
downwind 26. Success here.
Seal Beach for these radials right here for Elmu and darts and perms and all that stuff. So Seal Beach will do. Seal Beach is 115.7. We can see right there. We're going to make sure. Actually, I can bring that up just like that, so it's not in the way. 115.7. So we can actually do that active. Then we got to think ahead, right? So after we switch, remember how we set.
Runway 26 full stop.
Turn that down a little bit.
351 Tango Bravo, runway 26, clear to land.
We set Paradise on VOR1. When we track down on Paradise, remember after It's Me, we're not able to identify any other fixes on Victor 186. We actually need Pomona to identify Piro right here, Piro, and then Adam right here. Oops, shit, sorry.
San Luis Tower,
Adam right here.
Charlie, 10 miles southeast of the
Those two
airport.
fixes come from this
IMS
VOR. See, so we need that
2900.
radial,
I have
and we need
information
this
Foxtrot.
radial. So we need 110.4.
2440 Charlie, Riverside Tower. Report Midfield right down on runway 24.
No, I'm 2440 Charlie, inbound for 29 at San Luis.
So yeah,
2440 Charlie.
110.4 is our backup number 2.
You come through on the wrong frequency. You're with San Luis Tower now. Make straight in for runway 29er.
Now,
runway
looking at
29er,
the
report
clearance,
3 mile final.
Climb via the SID up to
3 mile
4,000,
final, 40 Charlie.
134.2, 4746. 4746. Sounds good.
Walker City.
All right, so we're all set.
Walker 380 Limber Ground, runway 27. Taxi
Let's
via
do
Bravo.
our
This wouldn't be a problem.
pre-taxi checks. We're 0 straight and level within 75
Mojave
feet.
Tower, Baron
We're
650
dialed here. Oh, and
Midfield.
also the
Right down 126.
nav 2 needs to be what first fix is darts.
0650 traffic, Cessna short final, runway 26,
319.
number 2, credible.
Yeah, darts. So 319 is actually no, not dice. It's darts. See that? So it looks like darts is the 319 right there, that super dark line from Seal Beach. 115.7. We need 319 selected. Oh, gotcha. 319. There's 319 right there. We can see we're already pretty close to darts. So, okay, we're ready to taxi, and yeah, so we got our nav set up. We are gonna be runway heading for now. We're gonna be runway 16. And systems are good. We're gonna go to the run-up area, and
Oxnard ground.
we're all set for
1926
taxi with
Foxtrot,
information.
ready to taxi
Zulu.
with Quebec.
No 1 Tango Bravo, taxi to parking via Charlie.
Taxi to parking via Charlie, November.
Is that that visual up in the corner? Is that a good size right there, or do you need it bigger?
25 Foxtrot Alpha, 1926 Foxtrot.
Van I.
For Juliet, contact Albuquerque Center 128.45.
You know what we need to actually do is test the VOR. So let's
2363 Kilo, contact Santa Barbara approach 124.15.
let's look at, we need to do the VOT. So let's look at Van Nuys KVNY. And we need to look at the info, go to the AFD, and I want to know what the VOT is.
2363 Kilo, contact Santa Barbara approach 124.15.
CPDLC.
363 Kilo, that's 124.15.
Do they have the ability to test? Let me actually bring up. I don't see any VOT check. I need VOT
Santa Barbara
frequency.
approach, November 2363 Kilo at 6,500.
2363 Kilo, Santa Barbara approach Santa Maria.
So what I'm gonna do is get off of this.
3001.
And actually, I'm gonna look at Fullerton really quick. I'm gonna put the ATIS in.
6 Alpha Foxtrot, sliding 080.
And the ATIS is 12505. So I'm gonna go do this really quick. 12504.
Taxi to parking via Charlie, and have a great night.
Okay. And then I'm gonna go look
Taxi
really quick
Charlie.
at the chart supplement.
Or taxi parking via Charlie and
At the
what was the result of the Cat 6?
I'm gonna show you guys where to find the VOT frequencies. You open up this chart supplement here, and come down here to the VOR receiver checkpoints and VOR test facilities. Go down to California or wherever you're at. Van Nuys, it looks like there's a ground check at intersection taxiway Delta and taxiway Alpha. So let's see here.
San Luis Tower, 3 mile final, 40 Charlie.
Airport between, it looks like, we'll see here, let's turn on the charts for you guys.
No 40 Charlie, runway 29, clear to land.
So
Clear to land 29er, 40 Charlie.
looks like there's a ground check,
6 Alpha Foxtrot,
intersection
sliding
of taxiway
170
Delta
during
and
the
Alpha.
localizer.
170 to join the localizer, 6 Alpha Foxtrot.
What chart is that? This is the airport diagram chart from Jeppesen. This is a Jeppesen chart. It's another subscription that I have. So I pay for the Jeppesen charts, and it's an airport diagram of Van Nuys Airport. And right now I'm just trying to look and see where the different places are. So the run-up area for 16 left, fabulous. Fabulous. Okay, so we'll come back to this. We'll go to the run-up area after taxi. Yeah. No. I told you it's the Van Nuys Airport. The location's the Van Nuys Airport. All right. So we'll go there, and we're good for taxi. So Van Nuys ground 65710 northeast ramp, taxi 16 left, run up.
65710 Van Nuys grounds, runway 16 left, taxi via Bravo Charlie.
Bravo Charlie 16 left, 65710. Thanks. Okay, taxi check is complete, and we're ready to go. So we're gonna go parking brake off. I think that's B. We look both ways, of course, you know, we're like, oh shit, okay, it's super foggy outside, not cool.
Los Angeles clearance, TBM November 2 Kilo.
265 Kilo, Los Angeles clearance.
265 Kilo, I'd like to pick up my IFR to San Diego.
265 Kilo, stand by. Walker 380, contact departure.
Departure, Walker 380.
36 Alpha Foxtrot, 2 miles from Lemon, cleared ILS, runway 20 right approach.
Cleared ILS, runway 20
Looks like
right
this
approach.
is Bravo right
6 Alpha
here.
Foxtrot.
And the taxi check, right? So we want to make sure that the attitude indicator is showing wings level. We got to the left, wings left, ball right, decreasing to the left on the heading indicator and the compass.
We've
got wings right, ball left, increasing to the right with compass increasing to the right. Instrument cockpit check is complete.
6 Alpha Foxtrot, contact John Wayne Tower 126.8.
126.8, 6 Alpha Foxtrot.
265 Kilo, clear to San Diego Lindbergh International Airport, Soul Beach 8 departure, Soul Beach is file, climb via SID, except maintain 5,000, expect 9,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 125.2 and squawk 6424.
Kilo, clear to San Diego by the Seal Beach 8 departure, then Seal Beach climb via the SID, except maintain 5,000, expect 9,010, departure frequency 125.2.
Okay, now, very, very good. So we're going to pause this, and I'm gonna get my
John Wayne Tower, Skyhawk 446 Alpha Foxtrot, inside of Lemon, ILS runway 20 right.
Navigraph out here. Or I guess not my Navigraph, I'm gonna get my computer out.
Approach clearance, but I don't believe you
And we need to dial in 113.7. We're right here. We're right here at the run-up area in 16 left, so we need to do 113.1. We need to be a 142 radial with the required accuracy. So let's go ahead and dial in 142.
Contact tower.
It's loud. How's that? That volume's probably better, huh?
November 2363 Kilo with Yankee.
No, 2363 Kilo, Santa Barbara Tower. Join the right base, runway 15 right.
Fabulous. Good to hear.
Runway 15 right, clear to land.
142 radial.
5 right, clear to land for 2363 kilo.
There we go.
To Foxtrot, contact
The
point
142
departure.
radial right there is showing a
Over to Point Magoo,
0
192
error.
Foxtrot.
And the 142, what was that?
San
319.
Luis Tower, Cessna 2440 Charlie, cleared at runway 29, request taxi to North
Oh,
Hangar.
and we need
040 Charlie, taxi to parking via Alpha, pass to the Cap 4.
there we go. We have
40
let's see,
Charlie, can you say
142
that
we
one
need.
more time?
There's
40
142,
Charlie,
right? We have a
taxi
0.
to Alpha,
We did the
pass.
VOR check. It wasn't a VOT, but it was a VOR receiver, a ground check
Taxi via Alpha,
that
thank
we
you.
looked in the chart supplement
40
and
Charlie.
we saw that it was a
Point
142
Magoo,
radial
Cessna
that was needed. So we have a 142
Foxtrot,
dialed from both 1 and 2,
1,700
nat
final forecast.
113.1 here and as 113.1 as well. Van Nuys VOR both. We got a 0 error on both, and now we can record that, and we've done not a VOT check, but
No,
we've
1926 Foxtrot, point Magoo departure, radar
we've
contact
done a
on
receiver
184,000,
check, which is great, a ground check.
5,000.
Van Nuys, this should be
Point maintain
095.
1926 Foxtrot.
Fantastic. Okay, great. This is when we would do our cigars check. So we do C, cigars, right? CIGARS. So C is for controls, free and correct. I is for instruments. We're 0. We're straight and level within 75 feet of the field elevation right here. 0 here. 33 showing. Oh, you know what? No, wrong. This needs to be 0 2, or I'm sorry, 220. .220 showing there. We're showing a 160 on the heading, and so CI is done. G, gas, mixture is full rich or for best power, and fuel selectors on both, and CIGA, trim for takeoff, attitude. CIGAR is run up, so we'd go toes down and we go 1700 RPM. Check our mags.
26 Foxtrot, turn
Right,
direct.
RPM decreases, comes back,
direct,
we
Gina,
go to the
1926
next one, RPM
Foxtrot.
decreases, temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical's good. Let's
28-1, Walker 380.
it holds the charge, and with the pitot heat on, very good. And
9847 Lima at ramp 11, request taxi to 30.
CIGARS and seatbelts, and then the pilot briefing. Okay, so the pilot briefing we're going to be in two parts. Pilot briefing is going to be the departure and the emergency. So the departure, we're going to be departing runway 16 left, 4,013 feet of available runway. We're doing the Adam departure.
Alpha 47 Lima.
We got the departure right here, and we know what we're doing.
Runway tower,
We're climbing runway heading to the 1.5 DME at or below 1750. And then after the 1.5, we're waiting for the 2.2 DME for the turn to a heading of 113. Radar vectors to
Via Bravo
Elmu. And then we're good to go. We're climbing to in the clearance. We are climbing and maintaining 4,000, expecting 5,000 minutes after departure. We've got 134.2 that we're going to put in, and 4746, and so that is the route. Speed's going to be rotating at 55. VY is 74. We'll climb en route at 85. And then, cruising at 5,000 feet eventually. And in an emergency, we would brief what we're going to do, what's the plan of action if the airplane has an engine fail before we leave the ground, after we leave the ground, but there's enough available runway to put it back on the runway. After we leave the ground and there's not enough available runway, where are we going to put it? And then at a minimum of 800 feet, we're going to turn the airplane around. And you ask, do you have any questions? And then they answer no, and then you're good to go. So we're going to, we briefed our departure already. And we'll also make a habit of briefing our approach as well. We already have that plugged in.
2363 Kilo Santa Barbara ground, you're not
We're going to be doing the
supposed to switch your
VOR Alpha
frequency
into Fullerton.
on your own.
12505 is the ATIS. We're
Standby.
ready to go there, right there.
Standing by.
We'll be on with SoCal. The
Ground,
frequencies are right there.
PBM 265 Kilo.
We'll be on with Seal Beach, 15.7 on a
Alright,
final
633
approach course
Kilo,
of
where you parking?
020. Final
okay,
approach
parking.
fix at 2,600
633 Kilo,
feet,
cross runway
down
15
to an
left, echo, taxi
MDA
parking.
of
You can taxi straight ahead to parking.
760 for
Cross
Category A.
left,
We will have
straight ahead
B-Walt
to 363 Kilo.
minimum, so that's good.
365 Kilo Los Angeles, can I say again?
MSA is right there, and the missed approach is a
Aviation,
climbing
Victor,
right
ready
turn to
to
2,600 feet to a
PBM
145 heading and
265
inbound to
Kilo,
the Seal Beach
125,
VOR
right,
on the
taxi, Alpha
058
Foxtrot,
radial.
125
That's a
left,
direct
Foxtrot.
entry, holding left-hand turns.
25 right, Alpha Foxtrot, hold short at 25 left.
And
Alpha Foxtrot.
and that's all good, man. We'll do that. That'll be great.
65 Kilo.
So you just want to make a habit out of like briefing your approach in the run up as well, and just getting your head straight. And looks good, man. So let's see if we can actually ID the VOR right here on the ground.
Runway 47 Lima, Santa Maria Tower, runway 30, clear for takeoff.
30, clear for takeoff, right cross departure, 47 Lima.
For some reason, it's not letting me. This is when it would be good to is chill with you at pause. I'm actually not paused right now, so they're good though because I'm not in flight. They kind of don't like it when you do it when you're in flight. So we're ready for the ground. And actually, we're holding short of the runway, so I'm gonna go to the tower.
40 Charlie.
And in the clearance, we were expect 134.2. So I'm on the tower right now, and then 134.2. Cool. And we're good to go, man. Runway heading. Van Nuys Tower, 65710, holding short runway 16 left, IFR departure.
Air 2440 Charlie, pass for Cat 2.
Thank you very much, sir. I was extremely nervous. I appreciate all your help.
Now, we're going to get some items done when we're cleared for takeoff. And I want the student watching to make a habit out of it.
5710, Van Nuys Tower, you say you're ready to go?
Yes, sir. 65710, holding short 16 left, IFR departure. Ready when you are.
65710, runway 16 left, cleared for takeoff with 090 at 4.
Thank you for the wind, and clear for takeoff 16 left, 65710. Okay, so this is when we
380 radar contact lost.
we are going to, before we cross the hold short lines, right, we're inching forward, we go ahead and clear final. And then as we cross the hold short lines, we go lights, camera, action, turn on the pitot heat as well. Lights, camera, and action. No, we haven't left the ground. No. Okay. So here we are lined up. And I'm just going to zoom in here. So we're going to focus on these instruments and this attitude in particular. We're going to go toes down. We're lined up. We got 16, 16. Let's go. Toes down. Power up. Systems look good. Full power. Systems are green on the roll. Airspeed's alive.
265, try, go ahead.
And immediately after takeoff, we're going to. There's 55 and oh well, I guess we're not rotating, but. And immediately, what I'm doing, I'm actually going to pause really quick right here.
Roger, expect that.
And I'm going to zoom in just like this. I'm going to fly like this the entire time. Okay. I'm gonna pitch. There's 11 degrees of pitch. I'm on a runway heading, and I am doing good for as far as my speed. I like it. There's 11 degrees of pitch. That orange dot's just above the 10. And I just need to be, there's the 1.3 DME, right? Remember, 1.5 DME, so I need to be at or above 17, or at or below 1750, and I'm doing good for that. There's 1.5, I can be above 1750. 65710, you want me to switch over?
65710, contact departure.
You got it, over to departure, 65710.
LAX ground 265 kilos holding
Be
short of
proactive,
runway
you know,
25
they
left.
should have switched me over earlier. And then you wait for that 2.2 DME for that, what was it?
Short of a runway.
It's a 113 on the heading. SoCal departure 65710 on a 113 turning to the 113 heading Adam 3 out of Van Nuys.
65710, SoCal departure, radar contact, say altitude.
That's sorry about that. That's 2,000 climbing 4,000.
Tower 265 kilos holding short at 25 left at Foxtrot.
All right, climb checklist. We are temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical, fuel flows good. We're on a heading, and we're actually above the safe. We're above the safe altitude of 1,500 feet. So I'm just gonna fly this 113 heading until I get the radar vectors. And I'm gonna pitch down instead of 11 degrees. I'm gonna bring it down to like 8. I'm gonna see what 8 gives me. The other thing I want to do too is like, you know, it doesn't seem like the airplane wants to do it here, but normally in real life you want to ID these nav aids, and yo, Luck Ayla, what's up, homie? Dude, it's been a long time, man. Yeah, dude, what's up? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, it looks like we actually need like 6 degrees, actually.
9847, Lima Santa Barbara, approach, go ahead.
How the heck are you, man? Yeah, I thought we'd do like an IFR flight. I have a student that is... I'm gonna dial this back. Make that EGT go up. Definitely more flying. I mean, I'm out in Michigan now. And then you actually on the way up, you want to do an altitude call out, right? 1,000 feet. So we're 3,000 climbing 4,000. And we got that 4,000, remember, in our clearance. 4,000 expect 5. So we're doing good. We just want to be sure to, you know, call that out. Yes, so a good amount of flying for professionally. Like I'm out in Michigan doing Lear 35 stuff. SoCal departure 65710. Do you want me still on this 113 heading?
65710, affirmative.
Cool. Not bad to check in if you're ever confused. Oh no, so it's been a long time since I've been on stream. Dude, I've been doing a shit ton of video games. Dude, I've been on that Halo. I've been doing Halo and Kerbal Space Program, and I want to be doing Oblivion soon too. But it is good to be back. Here's 4,000. I'm going to dial the power back. I'm going to let the nose come down, and I'm going to try and dial in a couple hundred feet per minute climb as I bring in the last couple hundred feet of the altitude. Yeah, just an av geek, man. Hey, you know what? And that's all good. That is all good. You know? I'm right there with you. So here's 3 degrees. 3 degrees on the attitude indicator should get us exactly where we need to be. And so here we are, just below that 5 degree mark.
Flighting 080, doing Victor 186.
You were blocked. Was that for 65710?
65710, flighting 080, doing Victor 186.
080 on the heading, join Victor 186, 65710, thanks.
Alright, who else called?
65 Kilo, calling Los Angeles Tower, where away?
Alright, too many backseat drivers there, just, we'll get you switched over. 65 Kilo, contact departure.
Go to departure, 65 Kilo.
08,
How do you read?
080 on the heading.
Dropped out, didn't even know it.
And I'm just getting my altitude figured out here, and there's 3 degrees. I'm gonna bring that down to 2 so I can there's like 1 degree. I'm trying to get that like 100 feet per minute. You can see on the VSI 100 feet per minute or so on the descent. I'm just gonna trim a little bit nose down. There it is. There's no autopilot, right? We're not using autopilot. We're flying one-handed.
34.2,
And it's all good. So here's 080. Now here's the thing, is cruise check. We're here at 4,000, right? Cruise check. So temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical. Heading checks. We positively ID'd Van Nuys VOR. We have the Morse code right there. There's our aircraft. And Ayla, by the way, what are you doing, dude? Are you doing flying? Any flying on Twitch, or what are you watching? Are you doing like Sim Caesar, or gosh, it's been forever since I've even seen the Microsoft Flight Sim Official or CD. So good to see old friends on here. Some DCS, bro. You're fucking dudes up in DCS. What are you flying in DCS?
265 Kilo flight in
Oh, what I wanted to say, other than what's up to Ayla, is and also vibing with Blue. Saw that. Life's good. You want to do a check, like, have I intercepted the course and I've just got overwhelmed? You know, where am I with respect to the course?
65710, climb maintain 5,000.
Climb maintain 5,000, 65710.
Okay.
So we're gonna do a constant. We're gonna climb, right? So we're gonna add power, and we're just gonna pitch. We're gonna do like an en route climb. It's not gonna be a crazy climb. So we're just gonna pitch for that maybe 6 degrees or so. And we are leaned for the altitude. But what I was saying is you want to check in with the VOR instrument. And you want to do a same side safe check. What that means is in order to find out, right, if you take this away, if you take that away, and you say, okay, have I passed the airway yet? Right? We know that the airway is plugged in, like, right here. So we do a same side safe check where we say, okay, the heading is a 080. Is 080 on the same side as the deflected needle? The needle is deflected off to this side, right? So our heading is 080, and 080 is right here. It is on the same side as the deflected needle. He has us for some reason on a very shallow intercept angle, but the fact is we have not yet passed it. And of course, we can take our forward flight out and verify, yeah, there we are, right? Like, we have not yet passed the airway. So, but same side safe is something that we definitely want to be checking out. Okay, so our climb check is complete, our cruise check is complete, we are same side safe, we still have yet to intercept the airway, and we have used the charts and the Morse code to positively identify the VOR station. So that's great. And again, we've got a few 100 feet to go. We got a couple 100 feet to go, so we want to bring in that last couple 100 feet very, very slowly and in control, a couple 100 feet per minute. I'm actually going to dial this power back a little bit. And Blue, I saw your question. Is that our responsibility? What specifically are you saying? What's our responsibility? Are you talking about identifying the VOR station with the Morse code? Is that what you're saying? Notice how I'm bringing in the last 100 feet with a couple 100 feet per minute on the VSI right here. Right here. We're bringing that in nice and slowly. Yeah, if you're talking about, okay, we have course alive, by the way, on the VOR one. Conflict Yeah, you want to make sure that is our responsibility because, you know, in air traffic control, if you're talking to somebody, like, they can help you and they will. They'll be like, hey, like, are you know, going to intercept that or are you going to get back on course? And you go, oh, shit, that's right. Oh, let's see here. 341. Yeah, so that is very much our responsibility. We do not have the right selection in. We need to be 341. Right here, 341. Right, there's 341. Here comes the airway. Dial this back to a cruise power setting. If you fly a little faster, then, you know, it's nothing wrong with cruising around at 22, but, you know, you'll see that, you know, 24 is totally, you know, 24, 23, you know, it's okay to fly a little fast. We're going to be turning to a 095 heading here soon. And then we need to make sure that we're same side safe to make sure that we haven't passed, what is that, Elmo, okay? So, all right, so we're still, I don't know why he had us on this super short, okay, 1 second. I'm gonna actually pause. Let's see here. Pause that really quick, and we will not tolerate anything like that in the chat.
Opportunity to contact Santa Barbara approach 120.55.
Cool. Yeah, sorry about that, but yeah. Yeah, no. So that, I don't really fuck around with that at all. Like, I'm not gonna, like, respond to that and even be like, hey, don't say that. You should know to not be a fucking idiot. So, you know, and I'm here to have fun, dude. Like, it's all good. Like, I know what having fun means, but you're dumb. Let's see here. Just dealt with something pretty bad earlier on another stream too. It's ripe tonight. Is it really? I hope that you didn't get it personal. Like, was it personal? Like what you experienced? Like, was it to you?
Good direct Cardi, say again, frequency 65 kilo?
It was just general.
128.1.
I don't understand it, dude. I honestly don't. I really don't. It's like, dude, how selfish, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, same side safe. 095 is going to be our new heading. 095 is right here. It is same side safe for the airway. I don't know why he gave me this fucked up heading here. After
65710 contact SoCal approach 135.4.
135.4, 65710. 135.4.
SoCal approach number 265 kilo, level 900,000 direct Cardi.
265 kilo, SoCal approach channel line altimeter 29908.
29908, 65 kilo, and I have Victor at San Diego.
Good evening, SoCal approach 65710, level 5000.
65710 SoCal approach, Ontario altimeter 3000.
Thank you very much.
Going to maintain correction after Adam, going to maintain 4000.
Trying to figure out this trim.
10 SoCal approach Ontario altimeter 3000 after Adam, going to maintain 4000.
I've made some rather massive changes to my setup since my last time I caught a sim stream here. No.
Walker 380 flight 310.
No way, dude. Like, to your rig?
Walker 380 cleavage approach runway 25.
You're like, you upgraded? Fuck yeah, dude. You goddamn right.
I'm not getting a read back from me. How do you read?
What, Sorry, did I miss a call for 65710?
Yeah, you missed 3 calls. Sir, 65710 after Adam. Going to maintain 4000. Ontario altimeter 3000.
Sorry about that. That's 4,000 after Adam, 65710. I'm gonna blame that one on Ayla. I thought I did too, actually. Am I going crazy? I didn't want to say anything, but I thought I did too. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. So Adam at 4,000, and then notice that we're all we're crossed up, right? We could do a little bit better than that on the airway, but there's Elmo. So it's me is 353. I'm actually gonna fly over here a little bit. I'm gonna fly this like intercept angle. Catch up on VOR1. I'm gonna center that, and then what is that? 353 right here. 353. Again, 095 on the heading. We're same side safe for this deflected needle. We are not yet at it's me, right? You said maybe you did a me and read it back, but didn't have the PT. That's fucking entirely possible, dude. That would be a me actually. So yeah. But yeah, running 5 monitors. What the fuck? 2 GPUs, a setup for yoke. Holy shit, man. Actually, wait, 2.9. Shit's kind of off, you know? I'm trying like re-intercept that number, VOR1. So it's me is 353. We're always asking ourselves what's next, right? So what did we say? We said, well, first of all, we need to be on primary. Dude, with the sub, Blue. Thank you so much. I super duper appreciate the support, man. We are on now going to Paradise. We switched the frequency away from Van Nuys, and we're going to Paradise. And we also need to bring in Piro, which is Pomona secondary. We are done with Seal Beach for now. So yes. Need to like get over a little bit more. Now Piro is the Pomona. Now we need to ID these. We need to ID these nav aids. So what we would do, this airplane doesn't want to, but we would like click nav 1. We'd get the dit. Cool. We positively ID'd Paradise, and then we would get Pomona. 110.4, which is right here in nav 2. We use 110.4 in this case because we need it for position fixing. We need to get the Morse code right there, right? Always have the Morse code like ready to go before you listen to it. Don't just respond and be like, oh, there's the Morse code, I heard it, and you don't have it in front of you. Like you might be listening to this to the wrong station, right? Meanwhile, let's see here. We are looking for Piro, which is the Pomona 225. 225.
Tower, Walker 380, visual 25.
Walker 380, Santa Barbara Tower, runway 25, clear land, wind 060 at 4.
Runway 25, clear land, Walker 380.
Fantastic. All right. Wow. Yeah, dude, Ayla, I'm so freaking jealous, dude. That's so rad. Hey, by the way, you guys, I've asked this before, but I wasn't sure. Like, is that size of the ForeFlight in the corner right there? Like, is that good, or do you guys want that a little bit bigger? It's hard for me to tell. Like, okay, now we want to make sure that we're staying ahead of the process, right? So it's not. I don't want it to be intrusive. That's the thing. I want you to be able to see what's going on. You can see, fantastic. That's all I need. That's all I need to know. We need to be ahead, right? Because Piro's coming up. We are flying a heading of 095. 095 is right here. Same side safe. We have not yet passed Piro, so that's good. And we're tracking straight along the Victor Airway to Paradise with Pomona for our position fixing and cross radials. We need to get ready not for Piro, but for Adam, which is the one after Piro. Because at Adam, we're actually going to be turning to the south. And tracking on Pomona. See, like right now we're tracking Paradise,
26
not
Foxtrot, contact Van Nuys Tower 119.3.
119.3.
we're not tracking Paradise, or
26 Foxtrot.
we're not tracking Pomona. We're tracking Paradise right now. So
Local approach 265 kilo.
we
approach
need
request.
Pomona next. 110.4. We already ID'd it, so we don't need to go
San
crazy.
Diego, I'd like to get the RNAV.
And after
Zulu
we're done
127.
with Adam and we're down to
5 kilo, I'll pass that on.
we're down to 4,000, we're going to be tracking outbound on Pomona on the 187. We actually need Paradise for these fixes right here for Dowd.
192.6
LAX actually for POW up.
0904.
16 right, clear to land.
So
196 Foxtrot.
yeah, so the first one's Dowd. It's going to be 270 from Paradise. So let's go ahead and put Paradise down here, 12.2, just to get ready for when we're actually on the airway, when we're on, what is that, 394, okay? It's good for me on a regular 23. Okay, so although that, oh, you know what, you said you blew a friend's mind when I showed him identifying nav aids with Morse code. That's what's up, dude. You know, and actually it'll blow people's minds too, because you're like, especially if you're overloaded, you're like, oh, I can't, I don't have time for it. It's like, dude, your life could depend on it. What are you talking about? Also, you should be, like, I'm not stressing out right now, you know? 187. I'm not stressing out right now. Like, you're just getting shit taken care of. 187. You get shit taken care of, and you know, there's you're on top of it. You just need to keep work. You need to keep working though in order to make sure you're on top of stuff. Matter of fact, I want to see if I can get the ATIS. Yeah, we can get the ATIS, so let's go ahead and do that.
Are you going to terminal or parking?
Yeah, terminal's on.
Ready to taxi terminal via Alpha Bravo, cross range 15 right.
And right now, I'm getting the ATIS, but I'm watching that oh, we'll see, there's the VOR2 right there. So next one is 187. We don't have time for the ATIS right now. So we're gonna turn, descend and maintain 4,000. So I'm gonna power back. I'm gonna pitch for the horizon, standard rate turn for a 187. And I'm just gonna do it nice and slowly. Like I'm gonna do it like 500 feet per minute. So see here, I have a power setting and a descent rate. Standard rate turn, 500 feet per minute to a 187 heading. And actually, I don't want to fly a 187 heading. I want to fly a little bit of an intercept here. Like there's a 187. And just kind of like a nice little like intercept angle down to 4,000 here. And in the descent, I want to switch over to Pomona primary, 187. Oops, we're not descending. Looks like we're at like a -1 degrees actually below the horizon. 187 is right here. And bringing that in nice. And then I do actually want Paradise right there. Dowd is, looks like 270, which we're just now passing. And there's Dowd right there. It looks like LA is the next one. 13.6. It's kind of a doozy, dude. We gotta really be on top of what the fuck's going on. 4,000 for descending 4,000. We've got 300 feet to go. LAX on number 2. Shit, sorry about that. Back over to 187. 13.6 on VOR2. For what is that? For there's 4,000 right there. Don't really want to be diving like that. I was like poor technique. Sorry about that. You don't want to be in excess of 1,000 feet a minute. And looks like 073 from LAX. We would positively identify that. 073. Shit. Yep, there we go. And honestly, I attribute that. That's like sim for you, man, for real.
947 Lima, you have no restriction. 65710 contact, SoCal approach 128.1.
Sorry, what was that frequency for 65710?
65710, affirmative, 128.1.
128.1. Thanks a lot. 65710. 128.1.
265 kilo contact SoCal approach,
28.6.
119.6,
I'm gonna catch that right now. There we go.
265 kilos, level 900,000 or approach request.
All right.
265 kilo SoCal approach. Which RNAV did you want?
And I'm just gonna go right back to my pitch attitude of 3 degrees, and that should settle everything down. 128.1.
5 kilo, Roger. You can expect that.
I expect the RNAV Yankee 27 approach, 65 kilo.
SoCal approach 65710, level 4000.
65710 SoCal approach, fly heading 090, vector for Fulton Airport, advise 80s.
All right, 090 on the heading and getting the ATIS right now, 65710. All right, cool. So we're gonna fly a.
65710, expect visual approach, runway 24.
If I could get the VOR Alpha runway VOR Alpha.
Do you want to do it from Seal Beach?
Yeah, yeah, from Seal Beach, full procedure.
65710, Roger. Clear direct Seal Beach, cross Seal Beach 4000, clear VOR Alpha approach, next circle, runway 24.
Okay, sounds good. That's a circle runway 24 and cleared Seal Beach direct. VOR Alpha 6570. Seal Beach direct. Okay, sounds good. So let's go. Let's like change things up right now. We'll get the weather here in a second, and really what I want to do is go Seal Beach direct. That's 15.7. Boom. And we just need to find a centered needle with a 2 indication. Looks like a that heading, whatever that heading is. So I'm just gonna standard rate turn. I'm gonna make sure the nose doesn't go down. I'm gonna trim a little bit nose up. And what is that? Like a 218 or something. So we're Seal Beach direct now, and I'm just trying to get the weather. 2-2 will work. 2-2 will work. There's 2-2 and 4000. Sounds good. Sounds good. So we got time. We got time. We're all set up. We're done with VOR2. For now, we can do extra credit once we're all kind of together. And we don't no GA planes that do not do keep on trucking. You're actually doing great. Thank you so much for the encouragement. You're awesome. No these GA planes do, generally speaking, do not use radar altimeters, so there you go, you know. But the Lear does. Okay, let me get this weather here. So we got Fullerton information Bravo. We're gonna tell them Zulu though. We're Seal Beach direct. Wind calm. Visibility 2. 650 overcast. Actually, that's not gonna work. Let's go do weather. Customize.
Altimeter 2992. Arriving runway 06. Departing runway 06.
I'm gonna do the best that I can because I don't have Okay, cool. 950 overcast.
Wind calm. Visibility 2. Sky conditions 950 overcast. Temperature 16. Dew point 14. Altimeter 2992. Arriving runway 06.
All right, circle runway 24. 65710 has the weather for Fullerton.
Contact you have Bravo.
5710. Roger, thank you.
All right, sounds good, man. So where are we? Coming up to it. So, okay. So let's get ourselves ready for this approach. Okay. So 5As: ATIS, altimeter setting, approach briefing, avionics, and aircraft configuration. Okay. ATIS, we have information. Let me turn that off. Sorry about that. We have information Zulu. Okay. Altimeter setting 2992 set. Approach briefing. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, start to finish, left to right, top to bottom. Okay, trying to fly a heading to intercept this radial here, or this bearing rather. Let's go a little bit faster. Okay, we're Fullerton, July 9th, 2001, page 13.1 into Fullerton, VOR Alpha. Okay, so we're current and correct. ATIS we have, approach is going to be 2535, and just get this a little bit. We're going to be on with 119. We're probably going to be on with this guy. SoCal approach 65710. We're going to be on with you for the duration of the approach, and then the tower, or another handoff.
You'll be with us.
You got it. Okay, in that case,
5 kilo fighting 090, set maintain 7,000.
in that case, we're going to get ready with the tower frequency, 19.1. Okay, we know we're going to get switched over, so why wait? You know what I'm saying? And then ground, we got 115.7 ready to go. Final approach course 020, and glide slope, or the final approach fix at 2600. Down onto an MDA. We'll brief that here in a second. And I see what you're saying, Blue. Just 1 second, because we gotta get ourselves ready. It's kind of coming up fast, so you can kind of see here. MSA is right there. Missed approach, climbing right-hand turn, 2,600 feet via 145 radial heading. Inbound to the VOR on the 058 radial to hold left turns. That's a direct entry. Plan view, no notable terrain. Final approach course, or final approach fix rather, right there. With I'm gonna do this fast here. No, it's totally cool. I'm just gonna get through this briefing and I'll get past. So
Very nice tower.
we'll do the procedure turn and missed approach rebrief. The minimums are gonna be 760 at B Waltz, and then 1500 at without B Walt though.
Alpha monitor ground.
It's gonna be 760 with 1 mile visibility, and we're good to go. So the approach has been briefed. So ATIS, altimeter setting, approach briefing, and then avionics, right? We have our tower input right there on nav 1 or com 1 right there. Good to go. And VOR set up, totally good. We normally would put in like another VOR if we were going to do missed approach, but so we're good. ATIS, altimeter setting, approach briefing, avionics, and then aircraft configuration, descent check, temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical is good. Headings, altimeters is altimeter set, power, and systems check. Cool, descent check is complete. 5As are also complete, so we're ready to go. This is going to be an interesting one. He's going to tell us to descend during the procedure turn. So normally we'd be down there. 65710. Did you clear us for the approach so we can get down, or am I waiting?
65710 cross Seal Beach 4000 clear. VOR Alpha approach. That was the clearance.
Okay, you got it. Sorry, that's cross Seal Beach 4000, cleared VOR Alpha 65710. Cool, there you go. So that's not really what they do in real life, so I just was checking. So that VOR 1 is starting to get pretty squirrely. Look at how off it is. We haven't changed our heading that much. So I'm gonna fly a very shallow intercept angle. You can see on the procedure there, we're about to come up to it. Very shallow angle. 10 degrees, not even 10 degree angle. I'm having to fuck with this trim a little bit, dude. Still going to it. Still going to it, and then after after we cross Seal Beach, we're gonna do our 5 T's, okay? Starting with turn. We're gonna turn brief it first, right? We're gonna turn left to a 200. Here we go. Ready? Set this here. Boom. Turn left. Left heading 210. Time. Start our timer. Okay, right there in the corner. Twist. We're headed outbound 200, and I'm just gonna try and intercept that. Here it comes. Turn time, twist, throttle, set, talk. Nothing to say right now. Okay, we started our timer. It's gonna be. I'm gonna take it to 30 seconds, and we're also gonna start our descent. Okay, so I'm gonna power back. I'm gonna put that orange dot on the attitude indicator about a degree or two, and get a nice 500 foot per minute descent. Now, how low are we gonna take this thing, right? Well, the minimum holding altitude out here is 2,600, so we're cleared for the approach. We're clear to go down, okay? And we have the whole approach to do it, so it's all good. Matter of fact, I'm going to come down a little bit quicker, maybe like 800 feet a minute or 700 feet a minute or so. Okay, so nice controlled descent down to 2,600 feet. Here comes 2,000.
Baker Steel Tower and Fox IFR, 47 Lima.
Or not 2,000, sorry, it's 200. And I should have said 3,600 for 2,600, right? That's a 1,000-foot call out. And it looks like, oh, we're actually overdue. So let's go left. Left heading 155, it turns out. 155. 3,000 for 2,600.
9847 Lima, 6 miles to the west, inbound with Foxtrot.
Why is that space flight? All right, turn heading 155, time, start our timer, twist. We are now off course, so we can go inbound 2020, right? We can turn for the inbound course now. That inbound course that says right there, 020, right there. 020, we're gonna start this procedure turn here. And there's 2,600. I'm gonna add power. I'm gonna level off here, and again, power, cruise power setting, and pitch attitude of 3 degrees or whatever. There's 2,600. And coming up to minute 10 seconds left. And we're gonna make a turn to the right to reciprocal. Looks like 335. There's our 1 minute. Turn heading 335. I'm actually using my feet to cheat in the standard rate turn. 335. 335. There it is. And I'm not going to time this one. I'm good, personally. I'm actually not going to time anymore. I'm just going to ride this one in. Twist, we verify that 020 is dialed, and it is. We just confirm that. Twist, throttle is set, and nothing to say. This is actually normally in real life, they would ask that we let them know when we're on the procedure turn inbound. So also 335 is same side safe for VOR1. You can see here that 335 is on the same side as the deflected needle, and also obviously the needle's coming in and it's trending toward center. And you know, we can start the we are officially on the intermediate segment. Once we have positive course guidance, which we do, we're within 2 dots and like a dot or something. We're and trending toward the center. So turn. We keep our 5 T's going. Turn heading 020. Time, twist, verify 020. Throttle set. Nothing to say, right? And then we check. We're level at 2,600. We're level at 2,600, so we're good. We're good to go. There we are. We're tracking straight. You guys, you said it looks good, so that's great. Ready to go. It's 2,600. We're gonna cross the VOR at 2,600. So, and now I'm gonna actually get this right so I can circle properly. You guys see that all right? We're a little slow. I'm going to add power, and We're also kind of just, there we go. Yeah, so we're gonna be like 1 degree or so. VOR is this timing was fucking perfect. Like we're at Fullerton and they're about to go offline here in a few minutes at the top of the hour. I can't believe it. It's a perfect night, dude. With all, we 2.5 hours of like, you know, pre-flight prep and going through the briefing and like the standard weather briefing and, you know, route planning and the alternate selection and regulations and all that shit, so that we actually able to do a flight with procedures. Like, you know what I mean? It's amazing, dude. The timing of everything. Oh yeah, and so on the GPS, obviously, we want to activate the approach as well. But normally you would activate the approach. But I don't. Let's see here. Okay, that should be good.
Kilo contact number tower 118.3.
Going to tower today.
Yeah, SLI to B.
265 Kilo is on the RNAV.
So we're good. We're good to go down to B-Walt minimums is 1500 for now and then 760. So I'm actually gonna re-intercept down to 1500 first. 65710. You want me over to the tower?
65710, just about to call you. Contact Fullerton Tower 119.1. Have a good one.
Great minds think alike. 119.1 65710. Thanks. And we're ready to go, right? Watch this, boop. You know, we already knew that, right? So that's a strength of the 5As is, you know, we're able to work ahead and stay ahead of the process.
Cessna 9847 Lima off of runway 30 right at Echo. Request taxi to parking.
Nice little shallow, I feel like I sound like Bob Ross. Nice little happy intercept angle there for VOR1. Nice little happy VOR, nice little happy, happy little intercept angle.
The hell, 47 Lima.
Fullerton Tower, good evening, 65710 on the VOR Alpha Circle of 24.
65710 Fullerton Tower, circle south for left, downwind runway 24, runway 24, clear to land, wind calm.
Thanks for the wind, and clear to land runway 24, circle south of the field, runway 24 cleared, 6570. Dude, so does anybody know, there was like a while back I was watching Bob Ross. I never watched Bob Ross before, but I was watching this dude on Hulu. They had like a fuck ton of Bob Ross. Do they still? So here's B-Walt. 30 seconds to B-Walt, 1,500 feet. We can't descend yet. We can descend down to 760 because we can ID B-Walt, but we're not there yet. You can see on the chart here, B-Walt. And if you're following along, no, like actual Bob Ross, dude, like the old videos of his, they like made him, they put him up there, right? There's B-Walt at 1,500, and then we can go down, and Judlow ultimately is the final approach fix. Yeah, this shit was dope, dude. So there's B-Walt, and now we can go down to 760. And pretty much what I'm gonna do is, when I break out, when I break out of the clouds, I will stop my descent. Like if I break out early, or if I break out at traffic pattern altitude, like I'm gonna stop there. I'm not gonna just continue down to 760. Even though I see the runway, like, or even though I'm just not going to continue down, you know what I mean? Okay, cool. We are visual, and runway's in sight, actually. That's the runway right out there. So I'm going to hold it right here, but you don't want to go back in. So, you know, be level, but you do not want to go back in the clouds, because by law you have to go mist if that's the case. Obviously, we can see the power setting here. I'm just gonna hug this airport and stay level here. Runway 24. There's the runway right there. Okay, so I'm just gonna do the best that I can because normally I use my IR tracker. Oh, they have Bob Ross on Twitch as well. That's fucking the shit, dude. All right, power set. We're gonna dial this back for the descent. 1700 RPM, and we're gonna go flaps 1. And we're gonna get that descent going, dude. Yeah, if you go back in the IMC, if you lose visibility at any time, you need to go back. And you need to do the you're not allowed to just go back out. Anytime you lose the visibility, you go missed.
5 kilo, where you parking?
And actually we're slow right now.
65 kilo, on taxi parking. You can make a left turn. Your next left here, left turn on Bravo. Bravo 6, Charlie 6, Charlie. Cross runway 27 at Bravo 6.
Okay, I'm at Bravo 8. So Bravo 8 cross.
Yeah, that's actually in 91-175. That's a regulation.
65 kilo, you're just confused. Let's do this. Go ahead and make a 180 on the runway back, taxi to Charlie 6, make a left turn at Charlie 6, taxi parking.
And I'm just gonna land partial flaps right now.
Charlie 6 to Charlie to parking 65 kilo.
Alright, and number 65 kilo, one more thing, you never stop on the runway.
Hey, firm. Thanks for your help. Suck it.
I used to teach out of this airport actually. Alrighty. There it is. Alrighty. Left at Delta for parking. 65710 left, clear runway 24, Delta parking.
65710 taxi to parking, have a good day.
Have a good night, sir. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. All right. And that's it. That looks like a lot of fun to fly. This guy right here. Jesus Christ. All right. We go here. And then park this bad boy. All right. Let's go. Lights. Pitot heat. Lights. Off. Beacon off. Avionics off. And let's go kill it. Let's go bring those flaps up after landing checklist. Actually, really is temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical is good. Power is set for taxi, and then boom, good to go. And then we'll kill it. And the master off. Sounds good. And then ignition. Cool. All right, man. That was amazing. That felt so fucking good. And I love being able to sim with you guys right here and like engaged and asking questions and catching mistakes and stuff, and like it's just a lot of fun. I love flying. I love flight instructing, and you know, like the flying that I do in the Lear is great and it's challenging in its own way, but doing something like doing this kind of flying is so important, this general aviation flying, because these skills wane. These skills, like, they go away. And you know, I was off my altitude a little bit sometimes, missed a couple of calls. And in a single pilot environment, like, it's up to you to get it done. So I really loved being able to really walk the path today, full, like, on from start to finish. With flight planning, performance, you know, like looking at tower en route control, doing the departure out of Van Nuys, like the actual SID, seeing how we file it, looking at the flight plan, and then and all this other stuff, right? The standard weather briefing, and then to be able to do the startup, go to the run up, do the full run up procedure, test the VOR using the ground receiver check and where to go to find that information. Working through mental checklists like cigars in the run up and the pilot briefing, so that we get our heads straight. And we did some scanning techniques and some basic maneuvers as we performed the departure, and then intercepting and tracking VORs. Like, we looked at same side safe. We looked at strategies for VOR flying. We looked at like primary and secondary nav, but also utilizing the standby frequencies as a strategy to stay ahead of it. You saw how quickly it was, like, but when you started getting over into Pomona and using Pomona to bring in the last, to bring in Piro and Adam, but then at Adam you're making a descending turn down to 4,000 and switching over to Pomona primary for navigating on Victor 393 394, whatever it was, 393 394. We were in that descending turn. We had to actually switch it up. We had to get Pomona number 1, and then Paradise was number 2 for the first fix, and then LAX was number 2 for the second fix. And then we were cleared spontaneously to Seal Beach Direct, trying to get the ATIS, and ultimately to get caught up, we had our 5As, right? That was a great mental checklist that we used. ATIS, altimeter setting, approach briefing, avionics, and aircraft configuration, making sure that we got our ATIS early, we got our altimeter setting, we briefed our approach top to bottom, left to right, VOR alpha, and all that stuff. We briefed our procedure turn and all that. And then when we were cleared Seal Beach Direct and we were at Seal Beach, we did the procedure turn. We utilized 5 T's, turn, time, twist, throttle, talk. We looked at how to do that, and rode the 5 T's all the way in at every point in the procedure turn, making sure that we kept our wits about us, and that throughout the procedure turn, we continued to utilize same side safe, okay? And then on the way in, we made sure that tower was ready to go because we knew that he was going to switch us over. So, and we really making sure that on the way down, we didn't blow through the 1,500 foot minimums before B-Walt, and that we were aware of where we were. We didn't start the timer, but we utilized the GPS. I activated the approach and the GPS to identify B-Walt. Okay, you could also have started the timer. And at B-Walt, then we continue down to 760. We don't want to just brief 760 minimums, because if we dive down, we might be inclined to go down to 760 before B-Walt. And the problem with that is Knott's Berry Farm is right there, and Supreme Scream is tall as fuck. And if you continue down below 1,500, you are majorly, dangerously close to the top of that theme park ride. And you know what I'm saying? So, like, you gotta you gotta really maintain situational awareness throughout the descent, especially. And then we did the circling minimums there, or we did the circling maneuver rather, and it was great, dude. So I'm really looking forward to the next flight. Probably fly tomorrow, or maybe Friday or something. We're gonna get on that video game shit. It's still early, by the way, my friends. It's 11 p.m. So we're about to get some video games going right now. We keep the party going, but the flight stuff, that was pretty sick. That was dope. You guys are great. So I'm gonna take a break really quick. I'm gonna get some water, and I'm gonna be back for real, dude. Like, that's the shit. Imagine, dude, being on Supreme Scream. You're already fucking terrified, like me. I'm afraid of heights, and then you see a fucking 172 come barreling down like 200 feet above you. The fuck? Should we do Kerbal or should we do more Halo 3? I'm down as fuck for Halo 3, dude. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also, you know, we talked about Kerbal. If not, I would definitely do Kerbal tomorrow, but curious what your thoughts were. No fucking way, dude. What is your report on that, dude? Like, what is your... Talk to me about that, man. My sister fucking loves Mass Effect, dude. I haven't played like a wink of Mass Effect, man. And that's another one, by the way, that I found out there I didn't even know there were fucking Halo books out there. There are also Mass Effect books out there. I was like, holy shit, there be some nerds out there in this world, dude. Know what I'm saying? Because holy fuck, dude, I'm thinking some fucking Halo right now, to be honest with you. And I fucking love Kerbal. I was actually healthily obsessed as balls with that game. Especially that last rotation. Oh my god, that's all that I did, dude. Like, I swear to god, like, I talked to my girlfriend, I flew, and I fucking played Kerbal. And, like, I, like, ate food. Like, that's all. And, like, went to the bathroom. Oh, yeah, dude, it's like, hardcore storyline, dude. Are you kidding me? I can't wait for you to play it. Do you stream? I forget. What'd you say? Do you stream or no? I'd fucking watch you play, Oh, yeah, dude. Oh wait, thinking about trying the game out. What, Mass Effect? You're saying, or Kerbal, or you're talking Kerbal. All right, I'm gonna let my student know. Oh, what the fuck? Dan. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Dude, I just you just saw that I texted you. I just texted you, dude, and I am still on. This shit went 5.5 hours almost. But I wanted to say I just finished. So great fucking timing. But but I wanted to say I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop the stream and I'm gonna turn it back on for Halo. So I'm gonna still be around. So if you still want to talk, but dude, what I would do, honestly, we can meet tomorrow. But I would encourage you, and we can we can have our lesson on flight instruments, and we can definitely do that. But as far as, taking notes and getting caught up on stuff and using, you know, flight planning tools, flight planning considerations, the alternate airport, regs, performance, looking at SIDs. We did the SID out of Van Nuys that I talked about. What are the concerns in interpreting a standard instrument departure? Looking at the tech route, looking at the VOR check, you know, checklist usage, the scan, you know, like as we did the flight from Van Nuys to Fullerton, utilizing the VOR, like same side safe, five A's, 5 T's, and we did the procedure turn, so you can see the procedure turn. We did 5 T's in the procedure turn. We were doing VOR frequency strategies with VOR1 and VOR2, and also strategies utilizing the standby frequencies and what are the frequencies and what do you do with them. You know, it was a very, very good. Oh, by the way, dude, like we talked about the flight plan, like the actual flight plan form, some of the suffixes, 1-800-WXbrief.com, and how to access the briefing, the flight plans, some of the differences, like, well, doesn't matter. We looked at the AIM and what section the flight plan is in. What are those suffixes that are applicable to you? We looked at for flight, we looked at inputting the flight that we determined what the route was going to be from these other sources, like the tech route and, you know, whatever. We inputted it into ForeFlight, and then I showed you how to generate a standard weather briefing in ForeFlight. We went through the standard weather briefing, looked at all the components, looked at some of the considerations that, you know, we looked, oh my God, dude, like we looked in the flight planning portion, we looked at the alternate airport, what makes a good alternate, like what does it mean for an alternate airport to be eligible or ineligible. We looked at some examples, what makes a good alternate. We looked at the alternate. We looked at regulations. We looked at regulations for a few different things. I had the regulations right out here in front of me. Like I looked at the Code of Federal Regulations. I showed you a website like where you can go for those regulations. And I actually directly read from them like what things were relevant to certain things that we were doing in the flight planning process. But with regard to the alternate specifically, we looked at the terminal procedures publication and the alternate weather minimums from a regulatory standpoint, but also from a non-standard standpoint, where, you know, we looked at the terminal procedures and alternate weather minimums for Long Beach. In this case, we were going from Van Nuys to Fullerton, and with the route to Fullerton, we used Long Beach ILS as like an alternate, and, you know, we looked at examples of other alternates that would not have worked and why. But, you know, ultimately we looked at Long Beach as an alternate and why that worked. Dude, I'm like missing things that we did, but like it's all fucking there. Oh, and by the way, like this whole flight was with ATC. So, you know, you heard me get a clearance like on my iPad, like I had my iPad streaming. I got the ATIS, I got the clearance. I wrote down the clearance so you can see the shorthand. And you can hear the read back and you can hear what I said when I was holding short. We did the run up, we did the pilot briefing, and both parts of the pilot briefing, right? You and I, we talked about the departure and the emergency, so we went through that. I did use Jeppesen, so, you know, you would just use your government charts, but they're kind of the same. And then we were clear for takeoff, and then we did the when we're clear for takeoff prior to the hold short lines, we clear final over the hold short lines, lights, camera, action, the lineup items on the runway, heading indicator matches the compass, toes down, power up, check the systems, full power, airspeed alive, systems green on the roll, right? We pitch, and we did the whole like 4-step scan, right? Like pitching for 11 degrees, VY, safe altitudes, frequency change. And then en route with the VOR stuff, like same side safe stuff. I think I already said that. So literally fucking everything. And that's why it's 5.5 hours. So what I would do is I legit did everything. I mean, fuck, like the only thing we didn't do was fucking read the ACS, you know, but we did the ACS basically. You could take a check ride if you base like, and I know you're joking, but the thing is like, this was an IFR flight, you know. We talk about personal minimums, like we talk about shit like we don't do personal minimums the way that you and I would do them though, and like examples of personal minimums, like I have a departure brief or I have a departure procedures lecture, like, you know, PowerPoint that I made that includes setting personal minimums. Like I explain how to set personal minimums, you know. And a crazy fucking condor in the house, dude. What's up, man? Been a while. Oh, you know what? We didn't hold. Yeah, space flight. So that's true. We didn't do wind. But I do, you know, there was VOR intercepting and tracking, the procedure turn, switching airways, and like very, very interesting VOR work on this seemingly interesting flight. But when you watch this video, and Dan, you better fucking watch this whole video. So, it's super interesting. The flight looks simple, but when you get, you know, basically when you make the turn to the south, you'll see what I'm saying. Like, to do it right, like in terms of disciplined VOR use, it's kind of a doozy. Like, you need to be on top of your standby frequencies actually, and there are a few places in the LA basin where that's the case. Like, it's probably one of the hardest flights to do correctly, like in this way, with like disciplined VOR use and standby frequency strategies, is the VOR alpha into bracket. I would say from basically anywhere like over here, like Long Beach, Torrance, Hawthorne, you know, that's probably the most fucked up flight. And it's challenging. It's not fucked up like bad. It's just a challenge. But the use of VORs in this way is super duper interesting. And that we saw that today actually on this one, because there's a lot of switcheroo shit going on. And you just, in order to do that, streamline, because he was giving me all kinds of weird like altitude assignments and shit. Like, you know, he would have, he kept me high. We descended in the procedure turn, so you kind of saw that too. So anyway, it was good. So back to what Spaceflight was talking about. No wind, but very interesting regular VOR stuff. The wind would have been very good. We also didn't do holding, right? I wish I actually did the missed approach. Like, if I had more time, because Pilot Edge actually closed at the top of the hour. So if I had more time and didn't want to play fucking Halo, I would have added the missed approach with the hold, and then 5Ts again in the hold to like reinforce the 5Ts that we did in the procedure turn. And then in the hold, like explain like basically in the hold, ideally what you're doing, because you went and missed, right? So in the hold, you got to be on top of your 5Ts in your orientation, because you're getting, like if we diverted to Long Beach, I'm in the hold getting my weather in the hold, like for Long Beach. And if I was really on top of it, I would have actually gotten the ATIS for Long Beach on the descent into to before the approach started in Fullerton, because then I would have had the weather already. I wouldn't have to go get it in the hold if I was really on top of this shit. That's how you really be proactive. But in the hold, like you're needing to trim the airplane out, hands off flying, and actually like write down the ATIS and so but anyway, yeah, so like back to what Spaceflight was saying was like, I would have done the missed, the hold, diverted to Long Beach, getting the ATIS in the hold, and then done that like with wind to like show like wind correction. But we like there's so much that we haven't talked about that I did tonight. Like we're just in the beginning, but you know, um, it's two airports that we're gonna go to in real life. Um, and I think it's good that you saw this whole process. The thing that we didn't really do is talk a lot about weather. Um, we didn't spend a lot of time on weather, but we definitely looked at TAFs, METARs. We looked at all. Well, we generated a standard weather briefing, so we looked at everything in the standard weather brief. Oh, we looked at NOTAMs. That was another good thing. So you kind of get an idea. I guarantee you haven't looked at any NOTAMs with your other instructor. Maybe you have. I don't know. So we looked at NOTAMs, departure NOTAMs out of Van Nuys, and approach NOTAMs in the Fullerton. Didn't really see anything. And yeah, and like I said, the standard weather briefing for flight, how do you generate that, so yeah, space flight, exactly. Get real interesting with the winds are so strong in the hold that your wing is pointed at our ground track direction. Yeah, exactly, when you're flying like perpendicular. So yeah, man, I'm gonna be back. I'm just gonna take a break here. I'm gonna get some water, but I'm gonna be back for Halo. So, um, did you have any questions? That's a fuck ton of information that I just told you right now, but basically, go if you watch that video and you take bomb notes, don't slack on those notes. And the way that you take those notes is like do it in like categories or however the fuck. I'm not gonna take notes for you, but I really recommend like some sort of system. You know, you'll do good. Very very good lesson. Very very good lesson. I like those, and that's so satisfying, dude. Um, let's see here. Where can I find the video? So it should be when I'm done. When I click off here, it should be archived in my videos on my Twitch account. And what I'll do is I'll upload it to YouTube, because I have a YouTube channel too on how to fly with a clipped wing. If you do an account search for that, that should come up. And so I'll upload it so it's like on YouTube, because I guess the videos, they go away eventually on Twitch. So yeah, yeah. But the full video should be up there after I stop. I think you have to stop the stream and then it'll pop up or something. If I have that right. It's a fucking great one. We did a great job. So. Oh yeah, yeah. Questions at all? Questions. Dude, you know what? Crazy Condor. I really, really appreciate that because sometimes, I get really excited and IFR flying and teaching IFR, that is my favorite thing to teach. Hands fucking down. And whether it's the flying or the ground, like, it's absolutely my favorite thing to teach. And there's so many parts to it when you're really doing it that it's easy to rabbit hole and it's easy to like tangent and stuff, and sometimes I break off and it's just like, holy shit, I need to like bring myself back. And I think it's all good. I think it's all for the purpose like of the education and stuff, and like sometimes the tangents are interesting and you can like see how other things relate to other things and stuff, but then we need to come back. So sometimes I know I can tangent and I'm like, damn, sorry about that. So that it's really nice for you to say that. Feels good. It feels really good. I like to share the knowledge, and I also like to. I remember like being a student and having a shit ton of questions, and during my private, didn't have a lot of good answers because my instructor is the same age as me, and at that time I was like in my early 20s. He was super, super young, and props to him, for training me and stuff. But he didn't do that great of a job, man. I don't know if that was like his instructor that didn't raise him right or something like that, but he left for the airlines early before I was in check ride prep. And when he left, I got hooked up with another instructor who was a career instructor who was a badass motherfucker. And he opened my eyes like I never could believe. He changed my life. And among other things, like he made me love to teach. So that comes from him. No fucking way, dude. You're right now in the middle of your IFR training? Dude, no wonder why you're asking about the full video. Watch that shit, man. You kidding me? How are you liking it, man? IFR training is pretty fucking fun. How do you like it, and what are you doing it in? God, it's hot as fuck in here, dude. I'm like gross right now. Dude, it's stupid humid outside. You kidding me? Stupid humid. I'm about to like turn the AC on for a little bit, actually, I think. My fucking idiot roommate or housemate is asleep, I think. It really is though, man. Like my temperature on my computer, this says in Norwalk it's 71. My ass. Really cool. It's fun. My training is down in Puerto Rico. Oh, cool. No way is right, dude. I forgot about that. You're down there. That's fucking awesome, dude. That's so crazy. I never know. Like, I'm always interested in like what are costs like elsewhere and what are fuel costs. That's how your MEL went. My first instructor got his time, found his offer, and went. Not blaming him though. Yeah, I say the same thing. With my guy. Can't really blame him, especially young guy. At that time. I think he had a family too. Like he had a daughter, like young. They had a baby young, dude. Um. So. So yeah. You had a few repeat lessons with new instructors, so you can learn what he knew and work on and complete your MEL eventually. But so was it the same situation where like the new instructor was like a lot more experienced and like into it and like showed you the multi is also pretty important too. That'll kill you kind of like kind of quickly, kind of like IFR. I'm not an MEI, so I mean, but you know. Yeah, Tiki, the fuel costs for 100 low lead, yeah. And also just like what are rates for like aircraft and other places. Yeah, I had the same problem. My first instructor was really young, kind of shy.
at the time, but my second instructor knew his shit, dude. That's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, so Crazy Condor, same issue with me in space flight there. He was more experienced too, already had some airline time and came back to instruct. See, that's what the fuck's up, man. That's what's up. You know? It's like, and then you get with that second guy and you're like, oh shit, like you see what's possible, you know, and ultimately as students, we're just trying to find an instructor that we can be like, I think, because we don't know what we don't know, and I fucking hate that cheesy, corny phrase, but it's true. And you know, when we have a taste of that instructor that, you know, we are like, holy shit, gives us insight into maybe what we didn't know that we didn't have. Um, and it's just like, oh my god, I want to be like that guy. That's how my instructor was. Fortunately, he kind of was like a douche later on, and like just kind of ghosted me. Like he was trying to help me get a job at a charter company, and then all of a sudden totally ghosting, and I don't get it. He's always kind of been weird and like way too, he can be like way too serious sometimes. I'm like, bro, chill. But anyway, I still attribute this fucking guy to like changing my life. I don't give a fuck. It's just the truth, and it's just a beautiful thing, you know. Helena, Montana. Shit, I'm so fucking terrible with like abbreviations. Do you guys listen to stand up? Do you guys know who Gary Goldman is? You can run a 172 for 100 an hour wet. Shut the fuck up. 172, 100 hour wet. Is that thing held together by like duct tape or what? That is bonkers. Dude. That is awesome, dude. Tiki. Wow, dude. Well, no, I think it's, oh, well, is it 170 for, I thought 170 was the G1000 at Aces, and then the regular like 537 I thought was 160, or do I have that back? Is it 170 and then, oh, it's 170 and 180 now then. Is that what it is? Or 190? 180, I think, right? For the, right, okay, okay. It was that though before, and now they upped it. It is a nice 172, but damn, 170, you know? That's why I'm trying to save you money, dude. Like, but see, shit like this, like what you're gonna go watch, we just did it, you know, with ATC and shit. It's like, and ForeFlight, like on ForeFlight, like I put ForeFlight up in the corner, like in the top corner, and I have my iPad communicates with my sim, so you see the blue, like you see the airplane loaded, like where we are and stuff. It's full fucking deal, dude. So hopefully that helps with your dad too. I know your dad wants answers, you know. And um yeah, I'm a big fan too, Space, for sure. Like I hope that, you know, what you find in this 5.5 hour video, and you're taking mad notes, you know, and like, you know, let it inspire you to like read about certain things or find them in, you'll find this shit that we do like in the entire syllabus. You'll find basically everything in the syllabus. And other than I guess like stalls and the maneuvers and stuff, but yeah, you know, let it, you know, really sit with it. And frankly, I would watch this periodically. I would watch this video, hold on to it, and uh, as we go through training, like watch it later, like see things that you didn't notice before. As we do more training, you'll see more things. I'm sure you're not going to see everything. You'll watch it all the way through, and it's just going to be a lot. You're not going to see everything. So just like a regular movie, like you watch it again, you're like, oh shit, I didn't notice that. Or like you read a book again, you're like, oh my god. You know, especially as we do more training. So I would definitely, if you can,
download it, and if you can't, let me know and I'll see if I can. Or actually, you don't have to download it. You know, when I upload it to YouTube, like it'll be on YouTube and you can just watch it. Have a link, you know. So yeah, space flight. You're in Phoenix. I forgot about that. 180 in PR for or Puerto Rico for a 172 SP. Yeah, so pretty comparable. Pretty comparable. Multi-engine Piper Apache 250 an hour wet. What's the Tiki, what the hell, man? What's the Apache got on what are the engines that it's got, dude? The Apache is are those high performance engines on it, or are those like the 360s, the 180 horsepower engines, or what is it? I guess I can look it up and not be lazy, but Seneca, fuck, dude. I forgot how much the PA-44, the Seminole was. Yeah, see, but when I upgraded planes, oh fuck, well, Twin Star 400 an hour, yeah, dude. But the Seminole by me, I want to say, well, I don't know. I don't fuck with that school anymore, dude. That school's whack, but I know that they have a Seminole. I think they was right, bro. Yeah. The Seminole near where I teach, I think is 250. I know I did mine in a Duchess out of Torrance, and that was 270. I think that might have been 270 an hour, or was it 270? Something like that. And then it's like 65 or whatever for fucking instruction and all that stuff. So damn, I'm starving. I'm gonna go out. I don't think I fucking ate today. I'm gonna go and grab some food. I'm gonna come back. I think I'm gonna shower and then I'm gonna be back for um Halo. So I hope you guys come back. If I don't, it's all good. Thank you so much for hanging out on this flight. And a fun time doing sim and instruction is impossible without good folks here to that we all want to learn together. So you guys are awesome. Part of the +1 Aero Club in San Diego, but ended up moving to Phoenix for a job. No fucking way they got rid of you. Damn, what a bunch of bastards, dude. So sick. Yeah, Tiki with the fucking awesome information. You're awesome. All right, guys, I'm going to be back in a little bit, and I hope to see you around. And if I don't see you, then I will hopefully see you tomorrow. And have a great evening or afternoon, or, you know, dude, one guy was in here from France earlier, and we'll talk soon. Dan, not Daniel. Dan, watch the video over and over and over again. All right, see you guys.